Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the 2025 town meeting. The hour is 10:01, and I'm going to gavel this meeting into order with my very expensive gavel. By ancient Plainfield tradition, we are always proud to start the town meeting with a poem by our Plainfield Poet Laureate and Moderator Emeritus, Charlie Barish. Charlie?
I'm going to read a poem called The Tidewater Motel. When the next Bible is written, or the history of the world, the Garden of Eden will be the Tidewater Motel outside Ellsworth, Maine, where the portable sign says blueberries and lawn ornaments, chocolates and fishing tackle, featuring Ruth and Wimpy's Kitchen, home of the $4.95 lobster supper, where Wimpy with a busty Betty Boop tattooed on his bicep, not a cheap one either, and on his other arm a woman with a snake, stirs the lobster pot outside over a softwood fire, and Ruth serves it all in the dining room with real wood paneling and pictures of Elvis and John Wayne, and paper placemats that tell you wrongly the state bird of Maine is the blue jay. And then gives you the key to number 6, where the concrete floor is covered with a thin green carpet, and the glasses are sandy cleaned, and the toilet seat has a ribbon around it. And in the morning you can make love, watch Sesame Street while you get dressed, and give the key back to Ruth, who'll bring you blueberry pancakes. While Wimpy gets the fire started, while the sun rises over the ocean, and the state bird, the chickadee, whistles in the pines. Please make sure my children know I have been there, and my children's children.
Thank you, Charlie. We Plainfielders are forever indebted to you for your years of dedicated service to this town. Before we get into the agenda, and before I ask the floor to allow our state representative, Mark Mahaley, to speak, I just want to speak just a little bit about some rudimentary procedure that will follow today. There are in order to speak, you have to be a registered voter and you have to be recognized. There are 2 microphones on both ends of the room, over there by the exit door and over here. It's really important that when you speak, you do 2 things. 1, say your name so the minute taker can get that and do that repeatedly. And 2, it's very important that you always speak into the microphone, even if you have a loud voice like I do, because people listening at home and others will not be able to hear what's happening. So it needs to be into the microphone whenever you speak. I will try and recognize as many different people as I can, but if you want, people can line up in front of the 2 microphones, and I'll alternate between the 2 microphones, recognizing people. Those of you...
There's also a mic up
there's also a mic up front. People in the balcony, I just got to say, I sometimes have a tendency not to look up, so wave your hand and please make a little noise or something so I don't miss you. And others, please help me out if there are people in the balcony that want to speak. People that know me know that I am a person of pretty strong opinions, and I'm not shy about them. All those are tabled today. My only job is to facilitate the will of this meeting, no matter what that is. Most of the votes we take are voice votes. I shall ask for the yeas and nays, and then I will say the yeas or the nays appear to have it. I will wait a few moments. I am waiting to see if anybody requests a division of the House. If you doubt how I've seen it, or you just want proof, anybody gets to say a division of the House, and then we'll count votes by people standing up for yay and afterwards standing up for no. The Board of Civil Authorities will count. You also have the right, if we can have some order, thank you. You also have the right to ask for a secret ballot. If you ask for a secret ballot, you must be sustained by 7 other people. And I want to inform you that that will take likely 20 minutes to a half an hour before we can get back to business. I want to say, that's about it. Just one quick anecdote about something I learned a long time ago about Vermont town meeting and this town. When my wife, Jana, and I moved into our house over a half a century ago, we did some work early on. And the town listers came to check out the work. And you might find it hard to believe, but when I was younger, I was a bit on the brash and sassy side. And after the listers took a look at the house, an older man who I was sure at the time was a native Vermonter looked at me and said, "Well, are you going to come to town meeting?" I said, "Yes, I am, and I'm not sure you're going to like what I have to say." And that man looked at me and he said, "You come to town meeting, you say what's on your mind, that's what town meeting's about." And he taught me that lesson, and I'll never forget it. And every time I've come to town meeting, we have treated each other, regardless of our differences, with respect and humanity and neighborliness. And I have no doubt that that will continue today. And in that vein, we'll go forward. I'm going to ask, is there unanimous consent? Or another way to ask it is, does anybody object to Mark Mahaly, who is not a Plainfield resident, giving us a short legislative report? Are there any objections? Seeing none, Representative Mark Mahaly, the floor is yours.
He's got to go to the mic, right?
He's got it.
I think testing one. Testing 1, 2. Can you hear? Yikes. I think there's an intention that I should keep it very short, right? Well, then it's okay. Maybe, are you controlling this? Just down a little, because it's okay. I just want to say to start, I know you are confronting issues around the flooding and recovery from the flooding and what you're going to do today, how you're going to vote. I want to say that you are really unusual. This town is really different than most towns that have suffered flooding. Most towns that suffer flooding are completely focused on that flood. They can't think beyond one flood. Most towns, I mean, it certainly happened with New Orleans. They can't confront the reality that it might happen again and again, and what that means. This town is confronting that issue. That's why you're debating amongst yourself. You're really looking at, well, what do we really do? Do we move part of the town? Can we keep it where it was, given the flooding? You are unique. There are very few towns anywhere that are doing that, and I congratulate you for that. keep that in mind. I know you're focusing on the conflict, the issues, that's inevitable, but you're special. There is no other town that is doing what Plainfield is, and I can tell you, Plainfield is known for that. Also, I have the dubious honor of being chair of the committee in the House now that is dealing with housing. And I don't think housing is more important, despite the fact that I spend my life on it now, I don't think housing is more important than other issues. Certainly we're struggling with health care, which is out of control, and health care costs, and you can't get to see your doctor. I mean, we're really suffering. And we're dealing with property taxes and education, which is just these are very difficult issues. We will be holding the line on property taxes. I've said before, personally, I wish we used the income tax rather than the property tax for education, but what I think doesn't matter. But on housing, the thing about housing is, it's kind of what I consider to be a fundamental issue, because if we don't solve the housing problem, it's very difficult to solve the school problem or the healthcare problem. We need housing that's affordable, that normal people can buy, or else companies can't hire people. We have taken testimony. I had the chair of the Northeast Kingdom Chamber of Commerce almost crying in our committee about how all their companies are ready to grow, ready to offer jobs, and they hire people and they come here and they leave because they can't find housing they can afford. And right now, outside of Chittenden County, the cost of materials and interest rates are so high, and if with this tariff stuff, if they're going to go higher, normal people cannot afford a house. And good developers with goodwill cannot build houses that people can afford to buy. And so we're working really hard. I think we'll have a bill that will make it easier to permit housing, easier to finance it and finance infrastructure. It's all about money. And also, we've got almost $1 million currently in the bill that I'm working on to try to train more people to be carpenters, plumbers, electricians, etc. Because if we don't have more people in the trades, we could do anything we want and we're not going to build the housing because there's nobody to build it. So that's the issue I'm working on really hard. I've learned in my time in the State House, everything comes at you, you have to focus or you don't get anything done. I'm focusing on housing. So that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Thank you. Before we get into the agenda, just a quick couple of announcements. If you're standing in the back, I believe there are some seats right up here up front, and I also think there are quite a few seats up in the balcony if you're standing in the back, so you know. Also, just want to mention that Paula Emery is here. She's going to help, if there are amendments, make sure that we get the writing of the amendments that people propose exactly right. We appreciate that, Paula. Articles 1 and 2 are voted on Australian ballot. We shall move on to Article 3 to hear the reports of the town officers and act on the same. The town clerk's report is on page 31. May I hear a motion on the town clerk's report? It's been moved. Is there a second, please? State your name, please, for the record. Thank you. Is there a second? I didn't hear it. Thank you, Stephen. It's been moved and seconded. We accept the town clerk's report. Questions, comments, statements on the town clerk's report? Seeing none, all those in favor of accepting the town clerk's report, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. And you've accepted the town, the ayes appear to have it, and you've accepted the town clerk's report. The treasurer's report is on page 33, and do I understand that there's also a handout for that that's been given?
Josh, is there a handout?
May I hear a motion on the treasurer's report? Yep.
Mary Niebling.
Mary Niebling, has it been seconded? Couldn't hear. Please speak up.
Oh, we have a question.
Jana? Oh, second. It's been moved and seconded to accept the town treasurer's report. Discussion, questions, comments? Charlie? Cogbill? You should say your name, not me.
Yeah.
Charlie Cogbill.
You got to be closer to the mic.
Charlie Cogbill. I made a comment at last year's town meeting about the treasurer's report, saying that the narrative that was submitted in that year, the previous year, and it continued this year, under 3 different treasurers, the treasurer's narrative is uninformative as to our finances. It is very nice of looking at what is being done in terms of process. It is very nice in saying that they're on top of it, but it doesn't say what the state of our finances are. There's a lot of concern about our finances, both now and in the future. And I think the town treasurer's report should state the finances. It doesn't show up in the balance sheet, which, by the way, is distributed after the printing of your book. So things I would like to see are particularly a revolving loan fund is not included financially anywhere in the town report or the subsequent. The cemetery commission's funds are not included. Last year, I was assured at town meeting that those would be considered. There's nothing in this town report about the flood and reimbursement in 2023. The budget does not include any mention of how the 2024 finances. They're in limbo. A lot are unknown, but there's no indication in the treasurer's report how they will be considered. So, even though we have a report, the report has not filled us in, and I think the town should be filled in on these important issues.
Other discussion? I'm sorry, is there a hand that I'm missing?
I'm sorry.
Yes,
I was
please.
just wondering where the handout is. The additional handout, where is it?
Downstairs, on the table downstairs.
On the tables downstairs. They're all gone? Other questions, comments? Yes.
Got to go to.
If you have questions, it'd be a good idea to line up in front of the mic, and then that's easier for me to see. No, you need to be on the microphone, please.
There's one by the pie table and there's one over there.
The pie table is hard to access.
Just repeat it for me. It's a problem in terms of notice and information if there's not enough handouts for everybody. That's a problem in terms of going forward if we don't have access, all of us.
Don't move that.
Thank you.
Stephen.
Thank you. It's also a problem if you don't speak into the microphone because we cannot hear you.
Have somebody walk around with a hand mic.
There is a hand mic.
There's only one hand mic and it's upstairs.
Who's that lady? She identify herself.
That's it.
There's,
Okay, yes, please.
Janice
Thank you.
Waldman. I
Last
just
name?
was wondering, since the reports ran out, if we could have the treasurer speak to the report, so when those of us who didn't get to read it know what's going on. It's a request.
Who want you to speak to?
If I'm happy for that. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none? Okay, Josh?
If you have a handout, raise your hand. Okay. The missing page from the treasurer's report was the balance sheet, and the main reason that I had difficulty reconciling the balance sheet in the time of the printing was there was a few errors in the recording of the highway assets. So I wanted to make sure that I gave an accurate indication of what the highway, what I thought the highway fixed assets relative to the purchases the prior year and the net equipment assets. And so that was the cause of the delay. And, one of the things that is, one of the expectations is we have a system that, should present us should record accurately the transactions that we're doing. And in the process of, preparing for town meeting and also being, essentially starting this role in November, it's difficult to trace back to the previous fiscal year after you're halfway through a fiscal year and you've been through a couple other treasurers to determine where things have gone awry. I have 5 copies of the balance sheet that I brought with me. Just hand those down, and so if people want to look at that, if you don't have it, if you want to pass that around. And I apologize that there aren't more, but they are available on the website, and I can make them available, and I'm happy to speak to any specifics around the state of the finances. I don't believe there is any problem that is urgent, or there were any errors that were, malicious or intentional. I just think it's a matter of the town needs, help from an outside, CPA or other type of financial organization to assist us to kind of reset things, because we have there are a lot of recording errors, and in trying to get this all set up in time for town meeting was very it put a big pressure on me to get this sorted out, and I did the best I could with the time I had.
Other questions, comments? Seeing none? All those in favor of accepting the treasurer's report, say aye. Aye. All those in favor, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've accepted the treasurer's report. The lister's report begins on page 37. May I have a motion on the lister's report, please? Say your name loud so we can hear who's making the motion. We didn't, I'm just sure we got it. Okay, I'm deaf. And a second. Questions, comments?
Who's the second?
I'm sorry?
Who's the second?
Who is the second, please?
If you're moving or seconding, can you say your name, please?
Okay, when you move in second, why don't we stand up, and it'll be a little more recognizable for us up here, I think. So it's been moved and seconded to accept the lister's report. Questions, comments, discussion on the lister's report? Seeing none, all those in favor of accepting the lister's report, signify by saying aye. All those opposed, say no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've accepted the Lister's report. The Development Review Board report begins on page 38. May I have a motion on the Development Review Board report? Stand up when you make the motion.
Mary Needham.
Second. Okay. Got it. Discussion on the Development Review Board report. Yes. Thank you for going to the microphone.
Again, I'm Janice Warifin, and I'm the chair of the Development Review
you.
Board, and I've been on the board since it was, Plainfield moved from a zoning board to a development review board, and right now we are very busy due to the flooding and the development needs of the town. And we have 3 members on our 5-member board, and it's taxing those of us who've been on the board a long time. And it's actually a good board to be on because we are working with our neighbors and making decisions together about how we live peacefully together and develop together. So encourage any interested members to speak to myself, and then the select board, or Mary, who's on the board, and Seth Mullendor, he might be here. We're our 3 members, and we meet monthly on the second Wednesday of the month. So we encourage 2 more people to join us. Thank you.
Thanks, Janice. Further discussion on the Development Review Board report. Seeing none? Oh, okay. No, is there somebody who's being recognized? I'm not seeing it, I'm sorry. No. Okay. And therefore, all those in favor of accepting the Development Review Board report, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've accepted the Development Review Board report.
Announce that there's seats up front. You were asked to do that.
There are still seats up front if people are standing in the back, and I think there are also seats up in the balcony. And please try and keep...
Specifically, I don't think you can stand in the voting area once you finish voting. So if you've already finished voting, you have to come forward and not stand in the voting area.
She said unless you're standing.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, the Plainfield Planning Commission report begins on page 39. May I have a motion on the Planning Commission report?
Say your name.
Thank you, Jesse. A second, is there a second?
I second it. Jody Velarde.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion on the Plainfield Planning Commission report. Seeing none? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've accepted the Planning Commission report. The Central Vermont Regional Planning report begins on page 40. May I have a motion, please? Thank you, Janice. And a second, please. Thank you, Jody. Discussion on the Central Vermont Regional Planning Commission report. Seeing none? All those in favor of accepting the Planning Commission report, please say aye. Aye. All in favor say no. Opposed? All opposed say no. It's going to be a long meeting. The ayes appear to have it, and I'm confident the ayes do have it, and you have passed this report. I'm going a little nuts. The zoning, and we haven't even started. The Zoning Commission report is on page 42. May I have a motion on the zoning administrator's report, please?
Steve Farnham.
Steve?
Farnham.
Moved, second? Janice. Moved and seconded. Discussion on the zoning administrative report. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed the Zoning Commission. The Social Concerns Report begins on page 43. I'm going to let you look at this. I'm not going to read every figure. Discussion on the Social Concerns Report. Can we have a motion on the Social Concerns Report? Steve, motion and a second. Thank you. Moved and seconded. Discussion on the Social Concerns Report. Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. You've passed the Social Concerns Report faster than I can remember.
It's all because of your leadership, Donnie.
The Select Board Report begins on page 43. May I have a motion on the Select Board Report?
47.
47? I'm sorry, 47. Thank you. May I have a motion on the Select Board Report? Steve, moved.
Janice.
Second? Been moved and seconded to accept the Select Board Report. Discussion? Janice? Janice says she wants to thank the Select Board. I would dare to step out of the moderator's role by saying amen.
Could I say
Carl? Yes.
I do want to note that I incorrectly had a date of April 15th of our last year's meeting, and it was actually May 22nd. I just want to get that corrected. That was the day, by the way, I was asked to sit in for one day. You're very welcome.
Any further discussion on the Select Board Report?
Let's see.
Yes.
Hi,
Say your name for the
Betsy
record,
Ziegler. I had a question about the Route 2 project. I haven't heard anything. We all just barely made it across the street here today, and we know that if we want to continue to revitalize our town, we need to make it walkable. So, any report on the Route 2 project? Intersection project, yes, intersection.
The Select Board's well aware of the need to get that intersection corrected. We have in one of our next upcoming meetings, we're going to have, we expect V-Trans here to talk to us about where it's at. We haven't heard much, and we've heard about some changes that we weren't aware of earlier. And so we are on that, and we do know it's a priority.
Other discussion on the Select Board Report? Okay, seeing none? Somebody say right here? Okay, seeing none? All those in favor of accepting the Select Board Report say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. You've accepted the Select Board Report. The Plainfield Town Hall Opera House Annual Report is on page 61. May I have a motion on the Town Hall Opera House Annual Report? Moved, and a second, please. Moved and seconded. Discussion on the Plainfield Town Hall Opera House Annual Report. Seeing none, all those in favor of accepting the report, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have accepted the Opera House Select Board. Don't miss the show next Sunday.
Thank you. Little plug.
The library report is on page 64. May I have a motion on the library report, please? Lita?
Can you say your name, please?
You need to say your name loud, Lita. Thank you. It's been moved, and is there a second, please? Mary Niebling, second. Discussion on the library report. Yep.
I would
State your
ask
name
that
for the
we
record,
approve
Mike.
to have Angela Ogle, the librarian, who is not a resident, to speak.
He's asking for Angela Ogle to be able to speak.
Is there any objection to the librarian who is not a Plainfield resident speaking at this meeting? Seeing none? That's fine.
Hello. Hello, everyone. I'm Angela Ogle. I'm your librarian, the director of the Cutler Memorial Library. Another year has passed, and I'm here again. And I'll take any questions. I think that I've given you a good report of what we've done over the past year with the funds that you've donated to the Cutler, but I'm very happy to answer any questions and elaborate on anything that may be lacking.
Any questions? Yes.
Stephen Farnham has his hand up.
Stephen?
Hi, Stephen Farnham. There was talk of an expansion a couple years ago. Can you give us a report on whether that's happening or not, or progress? Thank you.
Sure, of course. There was talk of an expansion, and that was prior to the COVID pandemic and prior to my tenure. I have looked at the plans, and we have a building committee that has been formed that has sort of shifted our priority with the library, which is to make sure that the library itself, as it currently functions, is in tip-top shape before we add on or build on to this library. So we've been, we have a list, and we've been plucking away at it. And in fact, I'm not supposed to announce, but we did get another grant recently that's going to give us one more element to, take off the list. And we've just been consistently doing that. At that point, when we have no more things on our list, maybe as a community we can start to talk about an expansion again. But let's get that building in tip-top shape and get us a parking lot so that people can actually use the library. We have more and more patrons, and the library's parking lot fills up really fast. So let's get the building in order, get us a parking lot, and then we'll talk expansion. Sound good? Bye.
Other questions, discussion on the library report? Up, yep.
Thank you.
Thanks for yelling up here.
This is all-encompassing, starting with Angela and the library. Gratitude, just huge gratitude for the difference you've made and continue to make and the contributions to this community. Everyone on the stage, I cannot find words to thank you all. Bram, I cannot thank you. Carol, you are all so wonderful and so giving and so marvelous. I just thank you all so much.
Bernard. Okay, somebody's left their blinkers on with handicap plates. You don't want a dead battery when you leave. Okay. Further discussion on the library report. Seeing none. All those in favor of accepting the library report, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've accepted the library report. The wastewater report begins on page 67. May I have a motion on the wastewater report?
Who's going to move wastewater?
Here. Yes.
Is that Mary
Please.
Lane?
We need you to stand up and say your name loud for the
That's
record,
okay,
please.
it's Mary Lane.
Mary Lane, thank you. A second? I don't see it.
Karen Hatcher.
Thank you, Karen. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the wastewater report. Seeing none?
We got a hand. No, we got
Okay.
Jesse Cooper.
There's a hand?
Jesse
Oh, it's Jesse Cooper.
Hi, Jesse
You should say
Cooper.
your name, Jesse.
Just,
not me.
I assume there are folks here that could answer this question. I was curious how many households are paying into the wastewater system. I couldn't quite pull that out of the report, and maybe it's in there. I don't know.
Josh, are you looking for that?
Does somebody have an answer to that?
I think Josh is.
Josh is right here.
I have the number, just
He's looking it up.
1 second.
He's looking it up.
Okay. The compliments are wonderful, but they are out of order.
Hey, while you're alone, remind him people can stand at the mic.
So the number of build units, which a domicile that has essentially a kitchen sink is kind of the most basic unit. So like if you have an apartment, you've got a kitchen sink, a toilet, a shower, that's considered sort of the one standard unit. We have 350 of those. But for example, the Outer Spice restaurant is on the system, and it's billed based on state tables, which give an equivalency. So some of those units are, account for that. Positive Pi has a certain number of units and it's based on the number of seats that the restaurant has as well. So like that is, and the number of meals. It's very precise. So the main division of billing would be 350 and a half for reasons.
Further discussion?
Michael Billingsley. I just wanted to make sure that everyone knows that there are some remarkable things, as Mark was saying, there are some remarkable things about Plainfield, but there's some remarkable things about our water and wastewater system. It's one of the best in the state. It's winning awards. Scott and Tristan are winning awards. Not only are they keeping it running and getting it back to running after enormous damage, but they're also working with a system that is not only efficient but nowhere near capacity, so we can absorb new people and serve the needs of people already on the system. And I think it's just, we're enormously lucky to have those people working for us.
Further discussion on the wastewater report.
Just wondering, this is John Harrison. Just wondering, is there a capacity?
Please state your name for the
John Harrison, is there a capacity? Like, is there a limit? And what is it?
So the capacity is based on design flow, and the wastewater system underwent its 20-year evaluation in 2021, I believe, and in that they go through everything. They look at all of the systems individually. Like, it's a very fine-tooth comb, and it's a very large report. And if anybody wants it, it is available. Roughly speaking, I think we're around a little over 50% of its capacity. It was built in 1968, and then it was completely overhauled in the late 90s. And so every 20 years we get an evaluation, and in most regards, it's actually in quite good condition. Like any system that has to be maintained in perpetuity, there's always going to be things that you have to go back to. But one of the key things to know about the wastewater system in Plainfield is that the expectation when it was first designed was that most populations go up. And so it was designed for growth for a number of decades in the future, expected typical growth. And in the meantime, a lot of the older infrastructure that has groundwater ingress that contributes to the flow had been corrected. So one of the things about running a wastewater treatment plant is you need a certain amount of flow to optimize its functional utility. And so we have a lot of capacity in that system for more flow. We used to joke that the wastewater department should put pay toilets on Route 2 just to get more flow and funds into the system.
Is there further discussion on the wastewater report? Seeing none, all those in favor of accepting the wastewater report, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've accepted the wastewater report. I want to remind folks that if you do want to speak, one way to let me know is by queuing up in front of the microphone. The conservation, and also there are some more seats up front, because I think the rules are that after you register, you're not supposed to be in the voting area.
There's 3 in the front row over here. There's 1 in the second row back. There's another one back there.
The Conservation Commission report is on page 77. May I have a motion on the Conservation Commission report? Moved, and a second? Is the movement second? Thank you. Discussion on the Conservation Commission report. Seeing none? All those in favor of the Conservation Commission report say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have accepted the Conservation Commission report. The Green Up report is on page 81. May I have a motion on the Green Up report?
Okay.
Do we have, and a second? Okay, we have that. Discussion on the Green Up report? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. Ayes do have it, and you've accepted the Green Up report. The Plainfield Area Community Trust report is on page 82. May I have a motion on the Plainfield Area Community Trust report, please? Thank you. It's moved and seconded. Thank you. Discussion on the Plainfield Area Community Trust report. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've accepted the Community Trust report. The Plainfield E911 report is on page 83. May I have a motion on the E911 report? Thank you, Karen. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion on the E911 report. Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Do we have a hand?
Up.
Make dates.
I'm so.
I just happened to read that
Will you state your name for the record,
Sorry,
please?
Meg Davis.
Thank you.
I just happened to read that it says you have to log into your account and to confirm your registration every 12 months, and that the E911 board will reach out with a reminder message. I have never received such a message. I have never re-registered. This is a surprise to me. Anybody?
Anybody respond to this question? Any further discussion on the E911 report? Seeing none. All those in favor of accepting the report say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've accepted the E911 report. The fire and rescue is on page 84. May I have a motion on the fire and rescue report? Janice, and a second? Been moved and seconded. Discussion on the Plainfield Fire and Rescue Report. Seeing none. All those in favor of accepting the fire and rescue report say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've accepted the Plainfield Fire and Rescue Report. Washington County Sheriff's Department report is on page 85. May I have a motion on the Washington County Sheriff's report? Thank you, Karen. A second? Thank you, Grace. Been moved and seconded. Discussion on the sheriff's report. Seeing none. All those in favor of accepting the sheriff's report say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've accepted the Washington County Sheriff's report. The Plainfield Emergency Management begins on page 89. May I have a motion on the Plainfield Emergency Management report? Jana Osman moved and seconded. I knew who that was.
Well, Steve Farnham also did.
Thank you.
Who moved it? Jana. Who's recognized? Who's recognized for second? Okay. Sorry, Steve.
Been moved and seconded. Discussion on the Plainfield Emergency Management report. Michael?
Thank you. I wanted to say that I don't want to add anything to the multiple thank yous that I extend and try to list literally the hundreds of people who contributed to our response to the disasters of the last 2 years, as well as being available up to the present. There's one important omission, someone who came on board after I submitted my report, which is Michael Zahner, who has done an enormously, along with Gary Smith, done an enormously productive job in helping us find federal money and state money to recover many of our losses that are arduously being documented by multiple people. It's a huge job to get ready for that. I want to step into a slightly forward-looking role and speak to what Mark Mahali said earlier, which is that we're already bracing for our next year. And part of that is knowing the predictables, which are things like, yes, we're going to have another flood of some kind, but also there are unpredictables. Will there be a drought this spring? And will we have a forest fire that forces people to evacuate from their homes in a certain area or neighborhood of Plainfield? So looking ahead, we have been modifying this building for the last year so it can become an emergency shelter. You wouldn't know it, but there's actually a room under the stage now which has all our shelter supplies. And we have 9 people who've stepped forward to become shelter volunteers who are going to be meeting in this room this coming Saturday at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. If you're interested in becoming a shelter volunteer, there is another training coming up in a couple of months. And if you're interested, we'd love to have you come to our orientation. We always need more help, especially if we end up having some kind of a sheltering event where people are here for 3 or 4 days even. I'm hoping it's never that long, but it's always important to be able to respond quickly. And you should know that if there is an extremely hot series of days in the summer that the downstairs is now air-conditioned and will be a cooling center if anybody needs to retreat from heat in their home. And similarly, if we have a long electrical outage, this building not only has a new generator that will keep it running all the time, but also at the same time we'll be able to offer a warm space for people whose furnaces fail. So that's where we're looking ahead. Thank you. We're not entirely sure. The question was, what is the capacity? But we have cots and beds and blankets for 25 people.
Yes.
Karen Hatcher, just officially want to give gratitude to Michael Billingsley, our Emergency Management Director, for the role that he played not only in 2023, but in 2024, tirelessly devoted himself at his own cost and health, and who has just been the pillar of looking out for this community as emergencies go, and without whom we wouldn't have all of the good things that he just named, and also the team of volunteers who stepped up. So I just really want to acknowledge Michael's contribution to the town today.
Ain't it the truth? Any further discussion on the Plainfield Emergency Management Report? Seeing none. All those in favor of accepting the report say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've accepted the Plainfield Emergency Management Report. The Plainfield Hazard Mitigation Committee report appears on page 92. May I have a motion on the Plainfield Hazard Mitigation Committee report? Moved. And is there a second?
Seconded by Mary Lane.
Moved and seconded. Discussion on the Plainfield Hazard Mitigation Committee report. Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've accepted the Hazard Mitigation Report. The Plainfield Historical Society report is on page 93. May I have a motion on the Plainfield Historical Society report? Grace, thank you. And a second?
Mary Lane.
Mary Lane, done. Discussion on the Historical Society report. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of accepting the report say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have accepted the Plainfield Historical Society report. The Recreation and Public Arts Committee annual report is on page 95. May I have a motion on the Recreation and Public Arts? Moved, Janice, and a second?
Moved by Karen.
Karen.
Seconded by Karen Hatcher.
Been moved and seconded to accept the Historical Society report. I'm sorry, the Recreation report. Discussion. Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. And you have passed the Recreation report. Lost my place.
Cemetery Commission.
Cemetery Commission is on page 100. May I have a motion on the Cemetery Commission report?
Steve Farnham.
Moved. Second?
Peter Young.
Peter Young. Discussion on the Cemetery Commission report. Seeing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. and you have accepted the Cemetery Commission report. The Energy Coordinator report begins on page 102. May I have a motion on the Plainfield Energy Coordinator report? Steve moves. Seconded to accept. Thank you. Been moved and seconded. Discussion on the Energy Coordinator report. Bob Atchison? Bob? Okay.
Is it on? Yeah, I guess so. Hi, I'm Bob Atchison, Plainfield Energy Coordinator. I just would like to say a couple of quick things. One is that I totally appreciate the work that is resiliency work and also recovering from disasters. I'm here, the guy who wants to help you get together and be proactive. Weatherizing your house, trying to find alternative means of fossil fuel other than fossil fuel to use, and keep looking for little things that'll make a difference. We owe it to our children, we owe it to our world, we owe it to our civilization. So keep your foot on the gas in a positive direction, and not really the gas at all.
Thank you, Bob. Dan?
Hey, everybody. I just wanted to thank Bob. Bob took it upon himself to work with our Regional Planning Commission to get a municipal energy grant, the MERP grants, this last year, and he won us over $300,000 for us to, renovate and modernize and make more efficient all of our town buildings. So this building, the municipal building, the firehouse, and the town shed. So all that work is still to be done, but it's thanks to the volunteerism and leadership of Bob that we're getting that much money and that much help.
Thank you. Further discussion? Yes. We appreciate you going to the mic. Thank you.
I just want to know what's happening with the EV charger, because it looked like it was going to be done according to this thing, but I don't see that it is done.
Was the speaker.
For the discussion, Bob, yeah.
Hi, we have a quote on it. I just need to get together with Josh and get the purchase order formed, and we'll be getting it back in as soon as we can. Thank you.
Steve, did you have a hand up before? Further discussion on the Energy Coordinator report?
We're also thinking about putting in a second charger in town, location to be identified. But thank you.
Further discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor of accepting the Energy Coordinator report, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and you have accepted the Energy Coordinator report. The Town Health Officer report is on page 105. May I have a motion on the Town Health Officer report?
I'd like to move that. May I move?
Yes? Paula moves.
Paula Emery moving.
Paula Emery, and a second, please. Thank you, Michael. It's been moved and seconded to accept the Town Health Officer's report. Discussion on the Town Health Officer report. Yes, in the balcony. Yep. Wait for they'll get you a mic. I'm sorry. Okay. You're not obligated to speak even if you raise your hand. Is there any further discussion on the health officer's report? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and you have accepted the health officer's report. The Central Vermont Solid Waste report begins on page 106. May I have a motion on the solid waste report? And a second?
Okay, Mary Lane.
Been moved and seconded. All discussion on the solid waste report. Seeing none? Oh, Betsy?
It's in the report, but just for everybody's information, in the next year, we're going to have a recycling center. I forget what it has a special name, and it will be open sometime mid-July, and at which you can take hazardous waste, alternative waste. I'm forgetting what else, but those are the two main things that will be available throughout regularly throughout the whatever on a weekly schedule, so that you don't have to wait for once a year hazardous waste pickup, drop off, etc. So that's coming, and yeah.
Further discussion on the solid waste report? Yeah, okay.
You have to go to the mic.
Wait till Deborah, your mic's not on yet. Go ahead.
Deborah Stolaroff. Betsy, I'm just curious, where will that be?
I'm sorry, I don't remember the name of the road. It's in Berlin. If you were going to, okay, you're going up 64, and it's one of those roads to the east of it. I don't know, does that help? It's near everything up there. So,
Further discussion on the solid waste report? Up in the balcony? Okay. Any further discussion? Any answer to the question?
I believe, based on that description, I believe she meant up near the airport.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of accepting the solid waste report, please say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and you've accepted the solid waste report. The Rural Community Transportation Incorporation report begins on page 107. May I have a motion on the Rural Community Transportation report?
Oh, Peter Young.
And a second? Karen. Moved and seconded. Discussion on the transportation report. Is there a hand? Seeing none?
Got a hand.
Alex?
Hi, Alex Forbes. Just wondering how many people actually use the rural community transportation? Are there any figures or tracking of that from Plainfield?
Dan?
Well, I'll fix that. Based on the report, it says.
Okay, I'll just continue if it's all right.
I'm sorry, it says 9,400, I believe, in that report on the Route 2. 9,400 rides, I believe, on the rural. Anyway, just so everyone knows, this Zoom is not the official video of town meeting, and so we have a video up there. So unlike other times when we have port and bombers and it takes us hours and hours to clean up the film and actually get it to a size we can put on our website, we shouldn't have this problem this time. So.
Okay, then let me just clarify my question. The town of Plainfield is paying $6,833 for how many Plainfield riders? It doesn't say. That's what we're paying to support this. But I was just wondering the number of Plainfield riders, just because of how expensive this is. Thank you.
Okay.
Hold on one second.
Here first and then the balcony.
As somebody who has used the bus service and, people I know use the bus service, they just reinstated the noon one, which makes it really a lot easier. It has just been, you could go in the morning and you could come back at 5. And that was it. So it's very difficult to do anything that's quicker. Now that the noon service has been reinstituted, I think that more people are using it and wanting to use it. So that is an input there.
In the balcony, state your name for the record, please.
Dana Woodruff. Dana Woodruff. I ride the bus. I love riding the bus. I don't know where everyone's getting on. It starts at St. Johnsbury, but I've definitely met neighbors I hadn't met before that lived around the corner from me. So there's other Plainfielders that get on at the park and ride or in town. And I'm really glad that the midday bus is back too, so that if you want to run errands, you don't have to be in town all day. And it's great when your car is in the shop. And the My Ride program also, you can request rides. I went from work to an appointment up on Granger Road, and people got on and off at the hospital. So I encourage people to ride the bus if you'd like. If you have any questions, let me know.
Is there further discussion on the transportation report? Yeah, Mike, Bob, sorry.
Yeah, just letting you know that when they did cut out the midday route, it was inconvenience for a lot of people. I heard about it. I took it to the TAC committee, Transportation Advisory Committee of CVRPC, and somehow Green Mountain Transit found the wherewithal to put it back on the route, so I'm really glad it's there.
Sasha. Can we get Sasha a hand mic, please?
Thank you so much. I'm just wondering if we could make sure that the website has a link to this and also has a link to what the path is where the bus goes to and the other buses that might be available to hitch up to it. We've been shelling out a lot of money for a lot of years, and I think public transportation is great, but the best, more we can do to let people know what, how to use it, where it's going to go, would just be nice for all of us.
Okay. Up in the balcony?
Hi, my name is Taylor Jake McBride. I just had a quick clarifying question. I'm not sure if I'm reading it right. Does anyone know what the total is for the amount that Plainfield pays into this system?
Is there further discussion?
He asked a question, which was, how
Yeah.
much does
But further discussion?
Yeah.
Dan?
I'll just note, I think the actual amount we're putting in is going to be an article on itself that we'll vote on in a minute, right? It's article, I'd have to look it up. But there is an article that we'll be voting on. This is just voting on the report, not on the article. Shall the town of Plainfield vote to raise and appropriate expend $6,833.06. So we will still be voting on that after we get through all of these reports.
Okay. Thank you, Dan. Further discussion on the transportation report? Seeing none, all those in favor of accepting the transportation report say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've accepted the transportation report. The Central Vermont Fiber Report is on page 109. May I have a motion on the CV Fiber Report? Moved, and a second?
Can you stand up, the person who said, can't see you? Who was it? Mo, okay, you are standing.
Okay, thank you. Been moved and seconded to accept the CV Fiber Report. Discussion on the CV Fiber Report. Seeing none? All those in favor of accepting the report say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and you have accepted the CV fiber report. Yes, of course. Francis?
Hello. I wanted to ask for an actual, literal temperature check in the room. I'm seeing people fanning themselves. Are people open to opening this back window? Would anyone sitting next to that window, is anyone able to lift either of those windows?
They gotta have pieces of wood in them to hold them up. I'll go do that.
Stand by. Thank you very much.
Yeah, keep going.
Okay, Article 4, moving on. We are on Article 4. Article 4 reads, shall the town vote to raise appropriate and expend the sum of $6,833.06 for the support of Rural Community Transportation Incorporated to provide services to the residents of the town of Plainfield. May I have a motion on Article 4, please? Peter Young moves, and a second?
Bob was first and Peter second.
Okay. Discussion on Article 4.
We got
Okay, up in the balcony.
This is Taylor Jake McBride again. Apologies if I'm just not reading this correctly, but is that $6,000 in addition to a budget that we already had for our portion paying into that, or is that the total?
It's the total.
That's the total? Yes, fantastic. That is a very small amount for our town to have public transportation. That is awesome. Thank you.
Further discussion on Article 4. Seeing none. All those in favor of Article 4, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've accepted Article 4. Article 5. Shall the town of Plainfield appropriate the sum of $1,499 to Green Mountain Transit as its share of the 2025-year cost of the commuter bus service along Route 2 with service into Montpelier. This appropriation funds a portion of the total cost of the service, which is also supported by appropriations from other towns, state, and federal funds and passenger fares. May I have a motion on Article 5, please?
Karen Hatcher, Mary Lane.
And seconded. Been moved and seconded to accept Article 5. Discussion on Article 5.
Got one right here.
Right here? Yep.
I was reading that Green Mountain Transit is talking about getting out of the rural bus service area. Sorry, not close enough. And I just wondered if this money goes to Green Mountain Transit, do they get to keep it if they decide to stop servicing us?
Anybody answer the question or further discussion? Yep.
Meg Davis. I have a question because whoever spoke earlier who said that they had contacted somebody about getting the noon service reinstated, I thought he said that it was Green Mountain Transit that was doing the noon service. Is it Green Mountain Transit or is it the rural transportation people who are doing that noon one?
The article says Green Mountain Transit. Further discussion? Bob?
Bob, you gotta go to the microphone.
Yeah.
I know. It's started out as Green Mountain Transit, and they were running their buses to meet halfway in Danville, and then RCT picked it up. So it's pretty much under the RCT is the primary provider, but it's a coalition of using buses and routes as best works out.
Further discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor of accepting Article 5, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have accepted Article 5. Article 6, shall the town voters authorize the expenditures for the following not-for-profit service agencies as recommended by the appointed Social Concerns Committee? Capstone Community Action, $500. Central Vermont Basic Education, $400. Central Vermont Council on Aging, $1,300. Central Vermont Home Health and Hospice, $3,100. Circle, $525. Elevate Youth Services, $550. Family Center of Washington County, $500. Good Samaritan Haven, $1,000. Neighbors in Action, $250. Onion River Food Shelf, $1,000. Our House, $150. People's Health and Wellness Clinic, $750. Twin Valley Senior Center, $4,500. Twinfield Together Mentoring Program, $250. Vermont Center for Independent Living, $175, for a total of $14,950. May I have a motion on Article 6, the Social Concerns Committee? Moved?
Okay.
Seconded to accept. Discussion on social concerns. Seeing none?
Oh, wait, you got a hand?
Up. The hand up. Had to happen.
Is somebody from the Social Concerns Committee here?
Hi, yes, I'm Marcy Halle, and I am here, right over here.
Marcy, can you walk us through how you got to these numbers and how they compare to the last one? Or some of them? Are there changes?
It is actually in the report.
Okay.
Everybody asks for a number, and most of it is level funding. There are 2 groups that received increases and 1 group that is a first-time recipient.
Okay. Thank you. I'll go do my homework.
Further discussion on the Social Concerns Committee on Article 6. Seeing none? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed the social concern. I do believe that might have been record time. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. You're out of order, but go ahead.
I just wanted to add that the 3 of us who are on the committee have been on for a while, and if anybody is interested in joining the committee, we have an order of which we will remove ourselves from the committee. So anybody interested, just contact someone in the town office.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Article 7. Shall the town voters authorize an appropriation of $54,000 to the Cutler Memorial Library to pay for the librarian, a library assistant, and the purchase of materials and services, including those to make the library accessible to the community? May I have a motion on Article 7, please?
Steve and
Karen? And there was a second there? It's been moved and seconded to accept Article 7. Discussion on Article 7. Seeing none? All those in favor of accepting Article 7, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And you've passed Article 7. Article 8, shall the town establish a reserve fund to be called the Recreation and Public Arts Project Reserve Fund for the purpose of building reserves to cover larger projects, including matching funds for grants to be initially funded by $2,500 from the general fund in accordance with 24 VSA subsection 2804. May I have a motion on Article 8, please?
Deborah Stolaroff is moving, and say your name, please. Michael Moreland.
It's been moved in second to accept Article 8. Discussion on Article 8.
Yes, Leader Schubert. Some of us have been involved in discussions about the reserve funds, and we totally understand them and what they're for and how they work, but some people might not. Are there people that would need further explanation of what the reserve fund is? People are shaking their heads. Jude, what have I done? Is there anyone who wants well, you're asking for discussion.
You want me to? There's a number of reserve funds that we've put on the ballot today. The reserve fund is essentially a bucket that is allowed to carry year to year. Unlike most of the budget items that have to be re-voted on every year and refunded every year, the reserve fund allows us to take in money and hold it through the several years or until we get rid of it. So that's the difference, and that's why we would like the fund. So if money is collected, it doesn't disappear at the year end. It can be used the following year.
I want to add also to that description that carrying over money from year to year allows us greater resilience economically when large ticket purchases or dollar outlays are necessary, that it's less felt by taxpayers in each given year, and that it's able to be split across a number of years.
Peter?
The other thing I would add is the reference to 24 VSA subsection 2804 is state language. It talks about reserve funds. It basically says that they can't be used for anything else. The select board is not allowed to use those for anything, borrow it for other uses without the approval of the voters. So that's just standard language.
Further discussion on Article 8.
You can go to the mic.
Yes.
Hi, Marge Christie. If I'm not mistaken, each of these reserve funds in the next 4 or 5 articles that has a dollar amount attached to it is already in the budget. So if we vote one of these down, that means we have to subtract it from the budget, proposed budget.
Further discussion? Seeing none? Oh, no. Yep, okay.
Sorry, it seems to me, Meg Davis again. It seems to me that this is all about creating the reserve fund. So if we vote this down, doesn't the money stay in the budget? It just doesn't go into the reserve fund. Or does it, are we voting for the money amount and the reserve fund? Or are we just voting to put money that's already in the budget into a reserve fund? I think that clarification is important.
Yeah, so in all of these cases that have money involved, we have put line items in the budgets of those areas for next year's regular use, and then this is an additional amount of money to put into a reserve fund for additional projects. And so it is extra money, and so if we do vote these down, we can then reduce the number from the floor of the overall budget by those amounts and make the budget slightly lower. But they're not like, it's not like we said, here, there should be $5,000 for culverts. We can either spend it this year or put it in, like, we put what we needed in the actual road budget, the highway department budget, and then there's reserve fund amount that's also a line item in the budget.
Okay. Further discussion on Article 8? Seeing none? All those in favor of Article 8, please say aye. All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And you have passed Article 8. Article 9. Shall the town establish a reserve fund to be called the Disaster Reserve Fund for the purpose of providing readily available cash in emergencies for immediate response, including matching funds for grants, to be initially funded by $10,000 from the general fund in accordance with 24 VSA subsection 2804. May I have a motion on Article 9, please? And is there a second? Do we see a second? Second? Got that? Been moved and seconded to accept Article 9. Discussion on Article 9. Sasha, can we get the mic to Sasha, please?
It's my understanding that this is an entirely new line item, whether it's a reserve fund or not. If there were a disaster that happened this year, it would be available if it were voted. But it is a significant amount of money. The prior budget for emergency management has been pretty slender. I'm not saying that it's been adequate in the past, but I did want people to understand, unless I'm wrong, and somebody can correct me, that this is essentially a new, very substantial line item to Plainfield's budget.
Further discussion on Article 9. Seeing none? All those in favor of Article 9 say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've passed Article 9. By the way, I think Plainfield has the distinction of the most reserve fund votes in the state. I think I read that in Digger. Article 10. Shall the town establish a reserve fund to be called the Sidewalk and Pedestrian Reserve Fund for the purpose of funding sidewalk and other pedestrian infrastructure, including matching funds for grants to be initially funded by $500 from the general fund in accordance with 24 VSA subsection 2804. May I have a motion on Article 10, please?
McDavis and...
Been moved
Got McDavis and
and seconded
Grace, yeah.
to accept Article 10. Discussion on Article 10. Yep. Yep. Go ahead. Wait for the mic, please. State your name for the record.
Ben Graham. Is the $500, was that in particular going towards some matching grant, or is that just a little starting boost?
So every year we put away we put money in the budget for sidewalks, maintenance, and et cetera, but we don't hold any money like for major infrastructure improvements in like pedestrian infrastructure. And so the idea was to start doing that instead of placing money in the budget to kind of work on it, to expend money to like make small repairs, but we don't really like create anything that builds over time that we can direct solely to that purpose. So while $500 is fairly modest, sidewalks are costly, especially to construct them, to create more walkability, like Betsy spoke about earlier, the starting out small, creating some funds that will build up over time will then be used to be typically the matching funds for that operation to do upgrades. there's a lot of interest in extending sidewalks to the health center. If we're going to have more housing at Goddard, that is going to drastically increase the pedestrian traffic. So this is just a little way to get something rolling so that when the time comes and we're ready to receive a grant or come up with a plan for that, we do have the funds available.
Further discussion, Article 10. Jesse? Okay, I'm sorry.
Jesse Cooper. While we're all learning about
Jim.
reserve funds,
Yeah, okay.
I'm also curious, in addition to the town putting items in the budget to add to these once they exist, are there other mechanisms by which funds are added to or can grow within a reserve fund generally? Over the course of a year, could private donors or grant money seed these further, or is it all town budget money?
I think that would be kind of a case-by-case basis, depending on where the funding is coming from, if it's, what constraints are placed on it. But there is the opportunity to, if the select board receives a grant, they can direct me to put that money into a reserve fund. I believe that is perfectly acceptable, as far as I can understand it.
Further discussion on Article 10. Yep.
Liz Peralt, and I wasn't going to say anything because I have not done my due diligence with the homework. However, I will say I would throw out some caution with these reserve funds. And this one just really highlights my concern, is the fact that we do have a line item to take care of sidewalks, roads, whatnot, as part of our maintenance, and part of our job as a town is to look ahead at projects that we should be considering and plan for, and then you come with a thought-out plan to the town and ask for the money at that point. You get bonded, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. You get the money and you move on with the project. However, once you have a reserve fund, we will consistently vote it in year after year. I'm not sure what the oversight will be on this money. I don't know what the process is, so I apologize. I don't know all the ins and outs. However, I do know in a town where our taxes are unmanageable, we're just adding fuel to the fire, really. And I think we need to be a little more conscientious about how we say yes to everything, and out of the goodness of our hearts. So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying we're making bad decisions. I'm just thinking we're not making the most economically feasible decisions for our town and the people who live here. So I would say no to this particular reserve, but I throw caution out there for everybody to consider what we're doing today, because you're setting a precedence and it's really difficult to go backwards, as you see with the social concerns. I remember when those weren't a thing, and now we've got easily, $14,000, which, it isn't a lot, and especially when you break it down, they're all good causes. I'm not saying that's bad, again, but we really need to think about what we're doing fiscally, and we need to be responsible, and we need to think about more than just our desire to do good, and think about what it really means to pay those taxes year in, year out, and trying to keep a community alive that is struggling. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Up in the balcony.
Hello? Hey, this is Taylor Jake McBride again. Am I close enough? Yeah, I hear that concern, and I share it. And also, I just wanted to say that I think that putting $500 into the fund is a pretty small amount, and what that could allow us to do is to get a match. So if it's like a percentage match to get a grant from another source that is not the town budget, that $500 could enable us to get $3,000 that we don't have. So I'm in support of setting aside a tiny little bit of money to potentially get ourselves more money.
Dan?
I'll just say kind of overall, so we aren't to the budget yet, but all of this plays into the budget. We worked as a select board really, really hard. The cost of living increase for Vermont this year is about 4%. And we worked really hard to keep our budget increase at about 2.8%. And we do expect there'll be money at the end of the year to buy some of that down, which is something that always happens. So I will say, like, even with these reserve funds in there, we are under cost of living increase, and we have a budget that is much more level than it has been in the last few years. So we did take that into account as we put these things either on the ballot and in the budget. So I just wanted to note that.
Janice?
Yeah, I just want to note what I read in the report last year's minutes said that our budget, what we approved when we changed things with $1,316,845, okay? And this year we got a grant for $300,000, which raises what we're appropriating by that amount. We actually are spending less than $42,000 more this year. So that's a really small increase in a year when everything is going up. So I want to thank you.
Michael?
Michael Billingsley. I also want to say, in terms of how I view the reserve funds, there's a reserve fund for the shelter as an example, is that it's a pocket that money can go into if money is created that comes especially from sources that are either unexpected or are a temporary boon. A good example would be the community development block grant that is being developed by the funding committee, which might turn into $5 million, that portion of which could go toward infrastructure and sidewalks. It's actually been discussed. So it isn't that it creates a burden in my mind and for the taxpayers as much as it creates a pocket into which to put unexpected and or sought funds.
Further discussion on Article 10? Yes.
Hi, Ann Vancouvering. I just have a question. When we have this money in there, how do we pick when it goes, who it goes to? What's the process for dispersing it?
That would require the select board to then approve the use of those funds. So the reserve fund, they're, absent like a fully fledged capital plan, creating reserve funds constrains the treasurer and the select board. So we're putting constraints on, building out capital, building up capital over time to apply to these various like activities. And so with situations where you have a lot of volatility, like especially right now, by having a reserve, you do build some interest on that. Typically they're a deposit held in escrow. And so it's about creating constraints so that as the taxpayers that every year, say we put 500 into the sidewalks, I can't actually use that money I can't do anything with that money at the end of the year. It stays there, it rolls over into a new interest-bearing account. And I think that's and we have the most reserve funds because, the town has said, we want to constrain the treasurer. We want to explicitly hold these for this purpose. And I think that's good. And every year we don't have to, in the normal budget, once the funds are created, we don't have to put the same amount in every year. It's, we could opt to, not fund the sidewalk reserve ever again if we chose to do so. I would hope we wouldn't, but it's really about putting constraints in.
Further discussion? Article 10. Seeing.
Steve Farnes.
Oh, Steve? Thanks.
Yeah, so suppose we get a grant written to have solar-powered electric sidewalks that melts the snow and ice off the sidewalks all winter long. But the matching amount required is not 500, say 5,000. Is there a mechanism to augment the funds so we can accept that grant?
Yeah, that would not have any impact to the reserve fund. If the reserve fund held 500 and the select board decided to approve a grant that required a $5,000 match, then they would have to ask the treasurer for the 4,500 difference to meet the match, and if we had a surplus available to do so. But so it's not explicitly that it's the only source of matching funds, but it is but the funds that are in the reserve are only for those types of operational purposes, like out further in the future beyond the operating year.
Further discussion on Article 10? Seeing none. All those in favor of Article 10 say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 10. Article 11. Shall the town establish a reserve fund to be called the Bridges Reserve Fund for the purpose of funding bridge construction and maintenance, including matching funds for grants, to be initially funded by $5,000 from the general fund in accordance with 24 VSA subsection 2804. May I have a motion on Article 11, please? Been moved and seconded to accept Article 11. Discussion on Article 11. Seeing none. All those in favor of Article 11 say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 11. Article 12, keeping in the theme. Shall this town establish a reserve fund to be called the Culverts Reserve Fund for the purpose of funding culvert construction and maintenance, including matching funds for grants, to be initially funded by $10,000 from the general fund in accordance with 24 VSA subsection 2804. May I have a motion on Article 12?
Farnham, Meg Davis.
Been moved and second to accept Article 12. Discussion on Article 12. Seeing none. All those in favor of Article 12 say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 12. Fasten your seatbelts.
Lucky number 13.
Article 13. If this is about the past article okay. I think your question's been answered. Article 13. Shall the town establish a reserve fund to be called the Village Expansion Reserve Fund for the purpose of expanding the east side of the village by acquiring land and making municipal infrastructure improvements in accordance with 24 VSA 2804. May I have a motion on Article 13?
Walrafen moved, and who's second?
To accept. It's been moved and seconded. Discussion?
Who's the second? You have to pick. You get to pick who seconded it. There were three.
I don't care.
Stevie. All right.
Yeah. It's been moved and seconded to accept Article 13. Let the discussion begin. Discussion on Article 13.
Can you remind them they can
Mike.
line out? Can you just
Right.
remind them they can
Remind them to line up.
Please, it's helpful if you line up, if you want to speak, to line up behind the mic, and then I will see you, or,
And if you can't get to a mic, just make sure you see, once I make eye contact with you, I'll get here and you'll be on stack. You don't have to keep waving.
Michael, say your name for the
Hi,
record, please.
it's Michael Birnbaum. Is it in order to make an amendment?
Yes?
Okay, I would like to move that we amend this article to delete the words "the east side of." So it would read, shall the town establish a reserve fund to be called the Village Expansion Reserve Fund for the purpose of expanding the village by acquiring land and making municipal infrastructure improvements in accordance with 24 VSA subsection 2804.
Okay, so it's been moved. Is there a second to this? Been moved and seconded. Let me try and get this right now. Been moved and seconded to delete, to amend it by deleting the east side of. So therefore, the article would read, shall the town establish a reserve fund to be called the Village Expansion Reserve Fund for the purpose of expanding the village by acquiring land and making municipal infrastructure improvements in accordance with 24 VSA 2804. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
Discussion, we are now discussing only the amendment, not the underlying article. Discussion on the amendment. Yeah. You really need to, we really need you to come to the microphone.
And say your name.
And say it's a good idea. And state your name for the record, please.
Michelle Clark. I think it's a good idea, Michael. It was very smart. Thanks.
Thank you, Michelle. Other discussion on Article 13?
Up there.
Up in the balcony?
This is Ben Graham.
Yes.
I would just like to ask, what is the intent? Is that just simply to create a broader situation? Or, yeah, I'm just curious, what is the intent behind the amendment offering?
Anybody want to speak to that? Michael, are you stepping up to the mic?
I'm willing to speak to the
Okay,
intent.
thank you.
As most of us have, I've followed the discussions, and there are merits on both sides, and there are issues on both sides. And by locking us into the original article, we are choosing up or down on one conception. But by giving the select board flexibility and the town time to determine the best course, this article can work for all of us, including the proponents of the existing plan and the opponents of the existing plan, who can then hash it out over a little bit more time and determine what's best for all of us. We're never going to all be satisfied, but I think we needed more room to find consensus.
Further discussion on the amendment which deletes the word east side of from the article. Further discussion on this amendment. Yep.
Hi, Linda Walslavin. So that changes everything I had understood about what this was about. So are there other properties? Are there other plans? Or is it still just about the project?
Further discussion? Seeing none? All those in favor of the amendment that deletes the words east side of from Article 13, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed the amendment. We are now on to the article. So I will reread the article with the deletion one more time. Article 13, shall the town establish a reserve fund to be called the Village Expansion Reserve Fund for the purpose of expanding the village by acquiring land and making municipal infrastructure improvements in accordance with 24 VSA subsection 2804. Further discussion on Article 13 as amended. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm David Scheckman. I just like to, I don't know if you can do this, but I'm asking the select board, if this now passes, how are you going to relate to that in relation to the original purpose of the reserve fund, which was really not to be a reserve fund as much as it was to gauge an up or down sentiment on the East Hill project? So with this change, I'm guessing it's hard for you to say, but I'm asking the question.
Okay. Carl?
So we established this, as you said, to get a gauge of the feelings of this project. This project was brought to the select board by a group of volunteers who were looking to recover from the flood. This is the only option we've addressed. We have no other option, so we're looking at it, and then we were advised to take it step by step, which we're doing with this article. We would hope that there's a committee, a building committee that is formed, that's an actual committee, not a volunteer group, but a select board sanctioned committee that will look at all options. And we have to look at the best ones. Our intention is to replace housing that was lost and to preserve neighborhoods, our neighborhood. So we're open to that, I believe. I'm speaking, I think, for the crowd, but and that, I think, would be the best next step, and that is our intention. And we will work towards getting funds to help us do this. So this is our planned next step.
Peter? I'm Peter Young. I live on Hudson Avenue. We were badly affected by the flood and helped by many people in this room. I'm seeing faces I haven't seen since they mucked out my basement. But I'm on the committee to create the new neighborhood, the one as proposed, the one that's controversial. And I'm here to read comments from displaced residents who are no longer members of Plainfield, who can't come and vote on this, or some residents who are uncomfortable standing up in front of a group. This is from a Plainfield resident. I rent a one-bedroom apartment with kids. I spend 50% of my income on rent. I want to be part of this village renewing itself and be a model not just of how we can adapt to climate change, but also how we can live in harmony and heal ourselves and the earth. From Plainfield resident Eli Barlow, who lived in the Heartbreak Hotel and lost everything. Looking for secure housing in Vermont feels pretty hopeless right now, and regardless of whether I'm able to be housed by this project specifically, it makes me more hopeful for everyone. This from Lucy Schmidt, who was displaced from the Heartbreak. My name is Lucy Schmidt, and I've been a Plainfield resident for the last 10 years, residing in apartment 2 of the iconic Heartbreak Hotel. I consider Plainfield my home. As someone displaced by the flood and now seeking more stable, permanent housing, I want to express strong support of the Plainfield Village Expansion Project. While living in the heart of Plainfield Village, I got to experience a sense of community that many people dream of. I knew that eventually I would want to own a home and put down roots somewhere. I really hoped that place would be Plainfield, but often cast that hope aside given that the market is so sparse. I am now at a fork in the road. Keep renting for the next few years or start investing in a home, likely outside of Plainfield. I know that some folks have expressed concerns about the pace of the project. To me, this pace feels timely. It feels like my chance to keep putting my spirit and energy towards the growth and thriving of this quirky and wonderful community. Now, from Gregory and Bernadette Ivey, Plainfield residents waiting for FEMA. We, the people of Plainfield, are left with choices. The choice to accept the continuing loss of residents, the structures they live in, and much-needed town revenue. For most homeowners, rebuilding in place after each devastating flood is not an option, and relying on future help from FEMA is certainly not guaranteed. Or we can choose to embrace an unusual opportunity to rebuild and improve the community. This all within the town's reach with our support, hoping for a good outcome. Thank you. I will read one more. My name is Yoko Kishishita, and I lived at 100 Brook Road until July 11th, 2024. While I may not be purchasing a lot at this time, I would like to see the town of Plainfield revitalized. I miss the days when townsfolk walked by my house, stopped at the little bridge to admire the great book, and even enjoyed my humble garden. Plainfield needs a community that will thrive in fostering a sense of belonging to survive and not a division of interests. I am hopeful that the town and stakeholders will find ways to seize this opportunity. I support the Plainfield Village Expansion Project. And we on the committee hope you do too by voting yes on this amendment. Thank you very much.
Lita?
I was surprised by my esteemed neighbor, Michael Birnbaum's suggestion for the amendment, and I'm trying to figure out how I feel about this. And I'm confused. I'm not sure the amendment and the wording change does what I want it to do. And I think because we have a committee that has been working on this so hard with so many people for so long and has so much in place, I'm not sure that the amendment, changing the wording, makes the difference that we might want it to make. So I, in fact, urge people to vote against the reserve fund. This is a hard, hard place to be. We need more people, maybe. We need a I hate that word revitalized. I think Plainfield's pretty great. I've lived here for 55 years. I don't want 247 houses. I don't know, 47, I just don't know. So I urge people to vote no on the reserve fund.
Carl, then Charlie, are you online?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, on that point of population, the population hasn't changed in Plainfield for 40 years. The school has lost 100 students, Marshfield and Plainfield. So what it's telling me is that our population's aging and not leaving. And I think, I talked to Mike Davidson yesterday, who's the buyer of Goddard's campus. He supports this project or any project that brings more housing to town. He talked about a critical mass, an energy that comes with people that are hopefully homeowners who are taking care of their properties and raising children that will bring vitality to the community. That's really important to anyone who wants to start a little business or who wants to move here or wants to get involved with a school. So I think this initiative, which was a volunteer initiative, the town has spent no money on this project, but we have paid a lot of attention to the ideas. So we want, and if there are other ideas, we want to hear them. Mike Davidson has a lot of ideas for turning Goddard's campus into a rental community, among other things. So we're open to all ideas, but this is one that's been presented, and that's the one we're looking at.
Donnie,
Charlie, and then Janice?
Donnie, can I just add one sentence out of order?
Yes,
The entire state population education is down. There used to be 106,000 students. I worked at the department for 17 years. There are now 82,000 students. It's a statewide issue.
Okay, Charlie, then Janice.
Bill, I would like to address the motion. The motion as worded now is ambiguous and misunderstood to have two different meanings. One of which is the plain language meaning, create a reserve fund. There is hidden or buried an implicit meaning that this is a vote about the expansion, a particular expansion or the amount of money for that expansion. Also buried in this is that the select board has set up this question with a subsequent condition that this vote be considered a referendum or a straw vote as a first step on the development. I would hope that this motion could be amended either by changing the language into the subjunctive or by explicitly stating what the select board views this vote as. Otherwise, we have no idea of which side of the question we are voting on. Are we voting on a reserve fund? Are we voting on a particular project? Are we voting on a potential, wonderful potential to expand and have more community? I hope we can get such an amendment.
Are you proposing an amendment?
I am not in a position because I think it's the select boards or the people associated with the select board to indicate how they will, in the future, view the vote that we are to have and put that in writing on the motion.
Janice?
Hi. So I wasn't going to talk, but I can never help it. I guess what I want to say is the expansion project, I feel that it shouldn't be couched as a yes or no. I am in favor of expanding the village. I'm even in favor of expanding on this particular property. It's just that from the beginning for me, and I believe a lot of people, the number of lots and the number of units has been much too high. And while I appreciate very much the fact that members of the steering committee have taken public input and even input of neighbors about buffers and trees and gardens and where the buildings would be less disturbing, the number of units, the number of plots, which is very different from the number of units, this is very confusing, has not gone down. It's gone up. And I believe a lot of people are uncomfortable with that number. So this amendment seems like it might, except that it's very unclear, I agree with Charlie, and very confusing, to allow for a exploration of this project and other projects in the village that is not bound to the committee's vision and the committee's map, the steering committee, that seems to insist that we have at least 40, 41 units, or plots, excuse me, I even mix it up, for this to go forward. One of the very creative ideas that has been floated around is that instead of saying, you know, we have $2,500,000, so let's cram as many units in there as possible to pay that back, is that instead we look at the land, we look at the 5.8 acres or so that are buildable, we look at the surrounding area, we look at what the land can handle environmentally, ecologically, decide what could be built there. I hear, for example, that there are 8 families affected by the flood who are interested. We could certainly have a smaller project, help those families and more. We could have 10, we could have 15, we could have 20 plots. And I think many more people would be happy. So what I would like to see is a real opening of a real discussion to allow different voices in without maligning them or us as being, elitist or rednecks or whatever, or NIMBYs, and really have a real new committee. And I'm not saying, and I thank the other committee for all their work, and I'm not blaming them, but that we could use that work as a stepping stone to a better process, a more inclusive process. And I don't know how to do that, and I don't know how to make an amendment that says doing that, but that's what I want. I want to see it happen. I want to see it happen in a way that surely can't please everyone, but that pleases more people and that takes more voices into consideration. Thank you.
In the balcony, thank you.
All right. So
State
my
your
name
name for the record, please.
Jared Birchmore. I was a resident of the Heartbreak Hotel, also a member of the steering committee. Just a couple things that I want to clarify, throw out there. As it has been said, the entirety of the work that's been done thus far in terms of this project has been volunteer efforts. I agree that there should be a committee, and I think that the work that this volunteer committee has done is really just trying to keep our foot on the gas so that we keep this in mind, to know that as a town we really need to do something different, to build something different for us as we're dealing with increased flooding and climate change that will impact our town every year. I also want to just point out, as we've been talking about with these other reserve funds, this is a way to create a bucket for us to receive funds from other sources that we can then put towards this purpose of expanding the village, being able to bring more people here to set down roots and to be able to continue building the incredible community that Plainfield already has. So I would urge everyone to vote yes on this. I think that it's a really fantastic way for us to have a space to receive funds and move forward in a way to build the town in the future. Thanks.
Let's do this. Let's take over here, and then Jesse, you're there, and then in that line, I don't see anybody else. But
They were all first,
one, two,
actually, and then Jesse.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we'll do it anyway. Go ahead.
Ray Carter. I really appreciate the opportunity that this, not amendment, but that this article asks for this conversation to continue. I think it would be really sad for this conversation to end here. One of the things I think about a lot when it comes to all of the change that we are experiencing in all of the different ways is that planning needs to adapt. And when we come up with very specific plans and try to move forward with them from one place to another, and we don't take into consideration how we adapt to the conditions that are coming down on us from weather, from politics, and from all sorts of other angles, that we are doing ourselves a disservice in being able to have processes and planning processes that can adapt. And so I think that this is an opportunity for us to adapt. A group has come together with a lot of heart and soul. Absolutely, have there been mistakes and missteps? Yes, but part of the process of being able to change and adapt and meet our needs is that we look at making mistakes as progress, as something that we can learn from together. And I think what this amendment or what this article does is it allows us to form a different kind of committee, to be more inclusive, to take into consideration all of the different viewpoints and all of the different skill sets and ideas that people have so that we can continue moving forward to meet the needs of our community. I also serve as the co-manager of the Plainfield Farmers Market. I have worked diligently this year, volunteering my time to try to improve and increase visibility of the market, to bring in new vendors, and we started to get to a place this summer where we started to have some really lovely traction, and then the flood hit. And a bunch of the vendors weren't able to do it anymore, and we have had way less customers. The market is one small little piece of potential viability of this community. And when we have more folks living here, more diverse folks, folks that have different income backgrounds and different age backgrounds, that we have a lot more opportunity for different types of products to come in, more interest for customers to purchase those products. And then it's a ripple effect of being able to bring in more vendors, more other types of small businesses, which just improves the viability of our entire town. I urge you to vote yes today. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm informed that the order of people at the microphones are John, Jana, Steve, and then Jesse.
And then Alicia.
And then Alicia in the balcony.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go. John?
Okay, thanks. John Cleary,
And what I wanted to say is that all of this is early in the process of this project. And so a lot of the concerns that are raised are simply because we don't know all the answers yet, and that's okay. What I'm saying is I think we can trust the process. This is sort of a gentle step forward for this article. And I'm just urging people to say, let us take this initial step forward, and all these questions will become clear as we develop the project. We'll listen to each other, and I think we can find answers that work. So I just I wouldn't want to see us stop the process now when we're so early in it. Thank you.
Hi, Jana Osman. I want to support what John just said, which is really what I was going to say, which is really that this is an opportunity to keep the conversation going. And I think it behooves us to keep the conversation going and asking as many questions as we have to find a place where we can have some resolve and grow as a community. And that's really what I want to say.
It's Steve, then Jesse.
Stephen Farnham. I find an interesting little plaque up here. It says, "Problems are meant to be solved."
Microphones are meant to be spoken straight into.
I should know that. I think what we're looking at is what we consider ourselves here today. Are we a room full of possibilitarians, or are we a room of impossibilitarians? And I'm not sure anyone has spoken directly to that question. Regardless of the vote, if we vote it up, I understand it clears a certain number of hurdles and we can move forward and more questions will come up and more decisions will be made. What is the consequence of voting no? Does that stop the project dead in its tracks? What happens? I'd like someone to answer that question, please.
So, direct response, we have a direct response.
A direct response, Francis?
Yes. My direct response is the memory of the select board meeting when this plan, this kind of course of action, dividing the bond vote from the establishment of the reserve fund. It was indeed spoken that the outcome of this vote is important. It is a temperature check in the community. No motion was passed that made the result or effect of this vote binding. It has indeed come out, filtered, and continued to percolate that the result of this vote is impactful. It is meaningful where the town is right now, but it was never established in a binding way. And I can ask my select board members on the stage here with me to confirm my memory, but there was no motion that carried in the select board meeting.
Continuing. Jesse?
This is a little bit of a technical point, I think. The original article, before it was amended, I think was actually asking two things, and I think it can do that. One is whether we want to set up this fund, which is a mechanism allowing the town to collect money. But it was also taking the temperature on this very specific project, which is the project on East Hill Road. And I think the amendment has confused that, because what the amendment has done is has suggested that perhaps in creating this fund, it could then be used for other projects somewhere else in town. And I think it would behoove us just as a town to be really clear what we're voting on. And I would therefore make an amendment to re-include language that specifically says we are voting on the project on East Hill Road. And unless others would like to change the nature of the article, but I think that's really the subject that the town has been discussing over these past months. We have not extensively discussed other alternative projects, and I just think it's important that we know what we're voting on, and I think that should be what we vote on. So my amendment would be to reintroduce language specifying the property between East Hill Road and Main Street.
Jesse, you want to state your amendment?
Do I need to say the whole thing?
You do.
Okay. So, I'm amending Article 13. Excuse me. I'm amending Article 13. Shall the town establish a reserve fund to be called the Village Expansion Reserve Fund for the purpose of expanding the east side of the village, specifically the property between East Hill Road and Main Street, by acquiring land and making municipal infrastructure improvements in accordance with 24 VSA 2804.
Yes, but he's got a different amendment. Is there a second to this amendment? Go ahead, Charlie. Okay. Okay. I believe that you're out of order then, Jesse. I think that that amendment to go back to the original is out of order. I'm not, the chair is not sure. And and you in the House have every right to disagree with my ruling, and I will confess that I'm not 100% sure of this. I think the amendment is out of order for the reasons Charlie stated.
I think we've got
I think adding east side of back in would be out of order. I think an amendment that specifically named the property would not be out of order.
Do you want to try and restate it?
Well, he named it, but he also said east side of. You got to take that out.
Yes, okay. I'm going to restate my proposed amendment to Article 13. Shall the town establish a reserve fund to be called the Village Expansion Reserve Fund for the purpose of expanding the village by acquiring the land between East Hill Road and Main Street and making municipal infrastructure improvements in accordance with 24 VSA 2804.
Okay, I think that's in order.
Hold on. Who's that? Hold on, pause. What is, excuse me, by acquiring the land between East Hill Road and Main Street. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to try and read
What's your
this.
name?
It's been moved and seconded to amend Article 13 to read, shall the town establish a reserve fund to be called the Village Expansion Reserve Fund for purpose of expanding the village by acquiring land between East Hill Road and Main Street and making municipal infrastructures to the improvement in accordance with 24 VSA subsection 2804. Sure. Point of order.
That is in the passive voice. I think that we should put that article into the active voice to know what we're doing.
Well, we have an amendment on the floor that we're discussing that doesn't have that. So
So I make an amendment to start the word we.
you want to amend the amendment? Please state what your amendment to the amendment is, Charlie.
Strike the word we.
We are now on the amendment to the amendment. To strike the word,
It was. Oh, wait.
I don't see the word we.
I don't see the word we.
Charlie, you need to state your amendment in full.
He withdrew. Okay.
Then we are on the amendment.
Can you reread the?
I shall reread the amendment. Article 13, as proposed amended, is, shall the town establish a reserve fund to be called the Village Expansion Reserve Fund for the purpose of expanding the village by acquiring land between East Hill Road and Main Street and making municipal infrastructure improvements in accordance with 24 VSA subsection 2804. Further discussion on the amendment to Article 13. Yes. Point of information? Go ahead.
It's Maureen up in the balcony. Maureen Lynch. at least up here, I heard that the amendment as stated was the land between Main and East Hill, and you just stated land. I know that sounds silly, but those are two very different things, so I
Yes,
just
I'm
wanted to
sorry if
confirm.
I misstated. It does say the land.
Okay,
If I read it incorrectly, it does state the land. That is correct.
okay, and so that is, well, I'll save my, I guess, most of my commentary. That's highly interpretable. There's a lot of land between those roads, so anyways, thank you for the point of information.
Yeah, I hope that clarified. Thank you. Further discussion on the amendment? Yes.
So what I'm understanding is that we're making this amendment so that we are clear that we are voting about a specific project and that this is the pulse of the town that the select board was trying to achieve. I mean, it doesn't mean that we can't find other ways to expand the town later or whatever, but this particular vote on this particular article is needed to be this specific because this is how the select board will interpret it. Is that correct?
That's my intention. Okay. Further discussion on the amendment? Yes.
Are folks that are standing there waiting to?
Okay, I'm sorry.
Can I interrupt really quick? Okay, we have a stack of people who are speaking to Article 13, but now we're on an amendment. If you are speaking to the amendment, can you please reorganize yourselves at the mics?
Thank you. Paula.
Rebecca Yam. I guess I feel like we're talking about two very different things, and that the original amended article was much more open-ended and was basically establishing a reserve fund to do some expansion at some point. But we all know there's a particular project in mind. I think it would be really helpful to hear from the select board whether you need us to be as specific as this amendment that was just proposed. Like, is the original article, or the originally amended article that's more open-ended, is that useful to you in going forward? Or do you need something as specific as this amendment that was just proposed? I think that would be really helpful in deciding.
Yeah, I don't speak for all five of us. They can say something different, but I would like to know where folks stand on this specific project so that we can know as a select board if we should be spending our time and energy creating a committee around it and doing other things. I think we all as a select board think housing and revitalization of the town is going to be something we're working on no matter what. I don't think we need that indication from folks, but I need the indication of how we should be spending select board time on projects like this. So that's what the reason for the vote was, I think, because the reserve fund is helpful, but also we could move forward with the project without a reserve fund, but we don't want to move forward with the project unless we know that the town is interested in us spending our time and energy in this way.
We're on the amendment, by the way. We're not on the main thing. We're still on the amendment to Article 13.
Parisi, I'm talking about the amendment.
Can you speak close to the mic and say your
Oh,
name again?
gosh.
Sorry.
I have a big mouth.
That's good.
I love what it usually is.
Philip Parisi, is that better? Okay, I think with the East Hill Road and Main Street, I think we need to be really specific. This is, and in all due respect to Bram, this is Bram's property. If we want to talk about specifics, we need to be that specific, okay? This project is very much affecting my life and Alicia's life. I'm not going to talk about the amendment because I promised I was going to keep my mouth shut. But I think we need to be very specific about what property we're talking about. Thank you.
Okay.
Alicia Weiss, also speaking to the amendment.
You're speaking to the amendment?
Yeah, I am. I was going to speak
Yeah, so it's
more
Alicia
broadly.
and then Peter.
More broadly, but I think it's unfortunate, and this is going to make me uncomfortable with the current amendment, that we can't put the expansion project wording back in there, because I really think what we're trying to take the temperature on is people's willingness to go forward with an interest in a specific project that has created a lot of passion and a lot of heat. And I don't think the name and the nature of the project is so neutral that we can take it out and meaningfully take a vote on it.
Okay, Peter Youngbear?
I want to second what Dan said, that I think it would be most helpful to me, to have as specific a vote as possible and guidance on this particular project. It might be helpful to those who haven't followed it as closely or attended the select board meetings. But we had a bond vote proposed to us in January that would have put $2.5 million for this specific project out to a vote. The select board decided that was not ripe for any number of reasons, legal and otherwise, and we do not have answers to some of those questions yet. But as an alternative, we discussed at that select board meeting putting some other kind of vote out there. Carl came up with some language, which we took to the League of Cities and Towns, that basically would have been an advisory vote on this particular project. Their lawyers advised against us doing that because we have what is known as a hybrid town meeting. We vote certain things by Australian ballot here, which is officers and, for example, the zoning that is up here. Bond votes would be such a thing. That would go to Australian ballot. But all our other policy decisions are made here on the floor after discussion. And so they came up with this language for this reserve vote as an idea to test as best as possible the support for, or lack thereof, for this particular project. So I'm looking for as specific guidance as we can get. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
It's her.
Yes.
And then Meg Davis.
Please
This
state
is
your
to
name
the
for the
amendment.
record, please.
Allison Joyle. My question regarding the amendment is just, say sales fall apart all the time. Say the property owner passes away tomorrow. Would there, well, you know, I mean, things happen. I've been a housing counselor for 30 years in this state. Everything isn't done until it's done. And let's say the sale falls apart. Now you're making it very, very specific about this very little piece of land. And so do we wait a whole year to start this project again? Because now we've been very specific in town meeting that it can only be this piece of land. So I urge against the amendment.
I'll just say, so this specific reserve fund would only be able to be used for this specific land. Does not stop the select board from using other funds or other things to work on other projects. So it would only be for this very specific thing.
Okay. Still on the amendment.
Meg Davis is ahead of you, Sasha.
All right, yeah, okay. Meg Davis, again. I originally voted for the addendum that Michael proposed, but I'm changed my mind because of what we've heard from Peter and Dan about why they wanted this vote. They wanted this vote to know if we wanted that particular project to go ahead, or at least possibly go ahead. We're not voting for the project. This is just to establish a reserve fund. That's all we're doing. But because of what they wanted to know, I am changing my mind, and I think it should be more specific.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment.
On the amendment, Sasha.
Where-
is on the
Sasha?
amendment.
Can we?
I think the select board's intent was well intended. This is not the vehicle to take a straw vote. This is to establish a particular reserve fund. To my mind, the passage of the amendment stripping the language, restricting it to the East Hill Road project, actually gave them a sense from the community that the community was not comfortable with an exploration of expansion of the village being restricted to that particular proposal. I also think if they had wanted to get a straw vote, they should have come up with some other language and not muddied it. It may well be, it would be good to have a reserve fund to acquire funds to look at a variety of proposals. Anyway, I think we should vote against the amendment that's now proposed, and I think we should vote in favor of the article as it currently stands before being amended. The people can contact the select board. I just think we've already given them a straw vote on this in terms of being restricted to that one particular project.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I shall read one more time Article 13's proposed amendment. The proposed amendment says Article 13 shall read as follows. Shall the town establish a reserve fund to be called the Village Expansion Reserve Fund for the purpose of expanding the village by acquiring land between East Hill Road and Main Street and making municipal infrastructure improvements in accordance with 24 VSA 2804. All those in favor of this amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. No. The chair is unsure. I'm going to ask for a division of the House. If folks are in favor of this amendment, please stand. Will the Board of Civil Authority count? And tell me when we have. You have your pieces of paper for this. And remain standing until somebody from the board.
Who is standing up here?
Please remain standing until somebody from the Board of Civil Authority says the aye votes are counted.
Stay still up on the balcony. Just hold still. Hold your thing. We can't. One.
I got 23 again.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Go 23.
Steve Barnum and Charlie Costa. There's two counters.
Okay, we have a number?
Charlie! Charlie! I
Do-
counted that hat, just to the projector over. You got 55 there. Where do I start? You got 55 when you cross the line.
They did.
Now you're 50.
Charlie was down. Charlie, did you get us up here? Somebody? Or did you get us? Steven, did you get those three?
$58 in favor?
No, that's half the crowd. Just wait a second.
Okay.
52, the other half.
Okay.
Now you guys gotta switch, right? Oh no, you gotta count the nose now?
Okay, so what's the total on the ayes?
110. Yes.
Okay. Please sit down if you're in favor. If you are opposed to this amendment, please stand up, remain standing till the votes are counted by the Board of Civil Authority. If you are opposed, please stand. Oh, that's less close than I thought it was.
Did you get the 110? Yeah.
Yep.
4 on the balcony, 5 on the balcony.
No, it doesn't like the language. It's not
That's fine.
They're close. So how much is that?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Are we done? You can sit down now. Thank you very much for that. There are 110 ayes, 41 noes. The amendment passes. We are now on Article 13. For clarity, I shall one more time read Article 13 as amended. Shall the town establish a reserve fund to be called the Village Expansion Reserve Fund for the purpose of expanding the village by acquiring the land between East Hill Road and Main Street? For the purpose of and Main Street of the village by acquiring land and making municipal infrastructure improvements in accordance with 24 VSA 2408. We are now back on the original article.
I'm going to recognize Christiana on the balcony.
Okay, in the balcony. Christiana, please state your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Christiana Athena Blackwell. I live with my husband and our 2-year-old son and 9-week-old baby on Hudson Ave. And we were flooded twice since we moved here. We moved here to have our forever home and set roots in Plainfield. And now that's very tenuous. I wanted to make a point that maybe hasn't been vocalized broadly. We have about 20 plus houses waiting for a buyout from FEMA. If the buyout goes through and we all accept those buyouts, those houses get knocked down. It becomes a park. We are forever not allowed to rebuild on that land. And so one way to look at this is to see it as transferring a lost village so that we can keep our village. Like, rather than expanding, which we do need to expand because we have a dire need for housing in Vermont, but we need to also keep our community. And this is the only path that we can see that's affordable for us to stay in the town we chose to set our forever roots. And we're living in a place that now we're scared. We're scared to get flooded again. So we'll see what happens, lots of decisions to be made, but I urge you to please vote yes on Article 13.
I'm going to read the next few names in the queue. So we have Mary Lane.
Oh, Alicia.
Oh, Alicia first over here, Mary Lane, Karen Hatcher, Michael Billingsley, and Doug. So Alicia?
Okay, thank you.
I'll wait.
I'll newborn up in the balcony and thinking that its first words are going to be. Is this better?
Yes.
Looking at this little newborn, and as opposed to big newborns, I don't know, in the balcony and thinking its first words are going to be, democracy is messy. And that's a quote often used at Goddard by Charles Woodard, who many of us know and love, and I had the pleasure of working with very closely for many years. So credit to Charles with a citation below. I'm very uncomfortable with the current expansion plan as it stands. And one of the questions, and I'll speak to that, but one question that was passed to me since I'm in line is a vote for this article a vote for the project as it's now conceived, represented in beautiful schematics, in terms of the pace, and the scope, the density. And that's not clear to me. Are we voting for the project in general, or are we voting for it as it's represented with the X number of lots, units, and the timeline? My deep concern is that while I'm awed, blown away by the work and the commitment of the people on the expansion committee. I can only imagine how much they've learned in the process. But so this is not an aspersion on them, but I think process-wise, this is back-assward, so to speak. I reread the 2021 town plan this morning, bright and early. And while we certainly talk about the need for housing and some density in the village area, we haven't had, as a town, a discussion about what is desirable density for Plainfield and how fast that should grow. I see the current project moving at a rate that doesn't allow us to get feedback about a certain number of additions before we incrementally add others. I also think that funding efforts should be driven by the needs and the determined desirability of the density of the project and the shape of the project, not vice versa. And perhaps someone will correct me, but I keep hearing that to pay the $2.5 million loan, which, yes, is not amortized and is a wonderful opportunity, in fact, we have to build this number of units. And I don't think that that's how density decisions should be made. I hope that whatever way this, I think there's been not just noise and differing opinions. There's actually been acrimony over this, which has made me incredibly sad. I thought we were better than that. But maybe we're all influenced by sort of the times and the national tenor. But I hope that whatever way we go through, however this vote goes, that there is insurance that this, and I guess this is my charge to the select board, for equal representation or equal opportunity representation across a broad range of residents on the committee that would take this forward or any project forward. And I hope we would also examine other opportunities. We've got beautiful, dear historic buildings which aren't slated for demolition yet. We've lost so many, some of which are empty, some of which for sale. There are opportunities there for development. I don't think it has to happen in one place. I want to pull back. I'm not against the expansion project conceptually, but I do have problems with the number or the scope, the density, and the speed of it. Thank you.
Okay. Mary?
Hi, I cannot stand up any longer. I have a really seriously injured foot, so I'm sitting down. I'm Mary Lane. I'm the chairperson of the Water Wastewater Commission. I saw a bunch of comments, I guess, questions about, which were misinformation, I think, about the water, wastewater, and how this would impact that. So we talked to the chief operator, and he came up with a fact page, which is on the website. So I'm not going to read it all, but I'm just going to go over some of the headline, you know, the major bullet points, yeah, of it. And if you have any more questions, you can ask me, or you can look at it on the website. So the first is there capacity to add new users to water and wastewater system? We kind of went through this with Josh. Yes, there is. In fact, we need it. Does the system need more users? Yes, we do. Both water, wastewater, and I think water too. Are the mains for water and sewer that go up Main Street big enough to handle this new usage from the proposed village expansion location? Yes, it is. What would be the impact on existing users if 40 to 50 more users were added? I think I'm going to read this one. Since the water and wastewater budgets come exclusively from ratepayers and not from tax dollars, adding additional users will spread out the financial burden, allowing smaller increases in yearly water and wastewater bills. The quality of service provided will remain unchanged, which is a big thing. We're going to lose a lot of revenue because of this. Does the Water Wastewater Department have any concerns about the addition of new water and sewer lines as proposed by the village expansion? Does it feel like this addition can be undertaken by the town with contractors, or would this be better handled by a private developer? He said adding additional water and wastewater users is a positive thing for the Water Wastewater Department from both financial and operational perspectives, and that we have no opinions on regards to a private developer or the town undertaking a project like this. So that's pretty much the fact questions. Like I said, you can see it on the website, or probably ask Josh or myself some questions. Any questions you have?
Okay. Karen? Are you done, Mary?
I was just going to say one more thing.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Speaking of me being injured, having a floor vote is, I would say, very against ADA. Thank you.
Good. Karen Hatcher. I want to speak to my role as town grants administrator and just let folks know the kind of support that has been brought to Plainfield over the course of the last 6 months from folks at the state and within the federal representation at the state. Because you haven't been in those meetings, you wouldn't know that people are genuinely rooting for us, like they genuinely want to bring us all the resources we could possibly need to be able to rebuild and revitalize the town. We have been moved to top positions for grants. We have been, it's amazing what's going on. So I just want to say that it would be a shame to not move forward with this project as it is now, because the money is there now. The interest is there now. Whether the plan is the plan as it's currently written or it is amended to some other number of lots or something, the fact is that we have a window we will not see again. This is it right here. Millions of dollars, free money, no matching, being brought to Plainfield, that people want us to succeed. They want us to do this project, and they are lining up funders behind one another to help us. So I would just say, whatever considerations we have as a town about the current plan, I believe through a process we can work through it. We can figure out the right numbers to make this thing go. But I would say to hit the stop button on this right now would be tragic. It would be tragedy upon tragedy. I would just encourage us to have faith in each other and to have faith in the process and to believe that together we can create something really remarkable with the support that's coming. So that's all I wanted to make sure I put into the conversation today.
I'm going to read off. I'll read off the next three, the next four people who are in the queue. So, Doug.
Michael Billingsley's first.
Then Michael Billings. Oh, I'm sorry. It's Michael Billingsley. Then Doug. Then Francis. Then Jacob. Are you up in the? Then Steve Farnham. Then Betsy Ziegler. If we can remember that. So.
All right.
Michael.
I'm ready. I'm going to do something I haven't done for a long time, which is I'm going to speak selfishly. I'm going to speak about my own needs, my own neighborhood, my own home. But before I do that, I want to correct a misconception that seems to be floating around a lot, which is that the land that is in the focus of this discussion is owned by Bram Tobin and Erica DeCosta. And I wish Bram a long and healthy life, but I don't think we're looking at a situation that was sort of like it all focused on this one thing and it's going to benefit our town clerk. It's really that that land has been proposed for development for quite a long time. There's a number of development choices available. If this particular development option is withdrawn, that land will probably still be developed. It may be developed by the private developer that some people think should happen. And that would potentially mean 10 lots with 10 colonial big houses on them. They could all be identical. They'll still be there. So that's my first point, is that just to clarify that. But speaking for myself, I live at the corner of Hudson and Creamery in a house that I inherited. And I also know that I have cherished my neighborhood and what drew me to it in the first place. When I look down my street and I see Peter and Lauren, I see Bob, Casey and his son, I see Walker and Christiana, I see Marty and his brother Simon, I see all these people I know by name, David and Annie across the street, around the corner, Sarah and Bob, and Susan, all the people that have put their houses up for buyout because their houses were really badly damaged. They can't live there anymore. Right now, we still see one another, we still talk with one another, we still visit each other's houses, but that's going to go away. My neighborhood, I sometimes describe it just visually as a moonscape. What I'm looking forward to now, as a person in a neighborhood supported by community, is finding a whole raft of people to become my neighbors. I walked up to the meadow that's under consideration yesterday from below, which is a hard struggle, going up through a very steep slope. And I'm offered the possibility that there will be a footpath going from Creamery Street up into that meadow that will allow me to meet my new neighbors if they end up living there. I'm looking forward to a diverse group of people of all ages there. I'm looking forward to a possible community center that is being discussed. I'm looking forward not to 200 people, maybe 90 people at best. And you know, you can do the math really easily. It's not going to be more than that many. But I want to meet them all. I want this household of mine to be extended into other households so that I can see people by their faces, so I can love my community in a different way and be enjoying being part of a network again.
Thank you, Michael.
Doug Weinrich, just have a quick question. I sat at a lot of the select board meetings and I asked direct questions and I thought I was getting direct answers. I asked, is this bond vote just a place to park grant money? And Carl, you said yes. And I asked if it was to take the temperature of the town on this project, and the answer was no. I'm getting a very different take today. Is this bond vote to take the temperature on the town on this particular, or is it not? All right. The reserve fund, excuse me, I misspoke. But I did ask that in a select board meeting, and you told me that it was a place to park grant money because Karen had said how much was potentially out there. Is it to take the temperature of the town on this particular project, or is it a place to park grant money for future projects? What is it?
Francis, you're the next speaker.
I
I don't have an answer.
So I wasn't at the first select board meeting where I guess there's no minutes because I usually do minutes and I wasn't there. So I don't know the full discussion of what happened at that meeting. The second meeting where we discussed it and we passed the article, we very clearly, because we had an argument, maybe the only argument we've had, Peter and I raised our voices and yelled at each other, about whether we should put this on as a signifier or put the bond on as an Australian ballot item. It's a very clear conversation we had about why we were putting this article on. It does create a bucket for money. That is what a reserve fund is. And I remember you asking, what does a reserve fund do? Which that's the answer. It's a bucket for money. But we very clearly had a very in-depth conversation about getting the temperature of the town. And I don't know who you think said no. I know it wasn't me. I don't know which one of the members of the select board you think said no. But we can review the video and maybe there was some miscommunication. But it's been very, very clear that this has been an indicator and that it does both things.
There's no miscommunication. I'm just saying, people should be clear on what they're voting for.
Okay. Francis, you're next on the list.
Hello. I wanted to speak to where we are in the process. Like, where are we in this exploration? I am a cook, I'm a baker. Where we are right now is the wet batter has been not even placed in the oven yet. And yeah, sampling it now, it's like not the right time to sample what's in the oven. The conversations are still ongoing. The process of feedback is, I have been witness to the steering group for this idea be very responsive to the feedback that it is getting. The reason we don't have the bond vote on the Australian ballot today is because despite the claims about the pace of the project, we don't have all the answers. Nobody here is saying that we have all the answers. This is an exploration ongoing. And so a vote no now is like actually cutting off the supply of answers and responsiveness to feedback. And to me, I want to honor the amount of work and labor gone not just into the brainstorming of this idea. The East Village expansion is not the product of just a brainstorm of people sitting around coming up with good ideas that we ought consider. There has been so much legwork, so much labor, the donation of tens of thousands of dollars as like a very conservative estimate of donated labor to this effort. There have been independently solicited and received grants for monies to see about this work. I hear other ideas. I mean, it's like the other ideas are being tossed around, like added to the conversation, to the collective stew pot of consideration. But no other ideas have gotten this far in terms of a feasibility study. The select board posture is one of receiving ideas. We're not here making design decisions for the town. We are allowing design decisions to be brought forward to us for our consideration by the town. There is responsibility needed, and in my mind, honor that won't be given to the depth of labor and consideration of this feasibility study. We're really deep in it. And for me, like turning off the oven or taking it out is just, it's not the time. And so there are, in order for this village expansion idea to go forward, there's another at least 7 opportunities for this idea to come before this board, to offer opportunity for public comment. We're going to know more as we go. A vote here saying yes is a vote to allow this conversation, this exploration, to continue to be explored and be refined, reflective of the vast amount of very good, real feedback coming the way of the select board and the steering group. We're all just up here as volunteers. That whole steering group, the select board, we're just here doing our best.
I'm going to read the next orders. Jacob McBride, you're next, then Steve Farnham, Betsy Ziegler, Liz Peralt, and Melinda View. You need the mic, please. And state your name for the record.
My name is Taylor Jake McBride, not Jacob. I just wanted to say what Karen Hatcher said much more eloquently than I could have.
Okay. Jacob. Steve?
It's this one. So one of the things that we keep hearing about is affordable housing. It might be interesting to know that well over 3,000 counties in the 50 states in this country, I believe it's 5 or 7 of the most resilient in the face of climate change are here in Vermont. People who know this want to come here. And they want to buy property here even if they don't come. We keep hearing about housing shortage. I don't think that's what we have. I think what we have is housing hoarding. People buy stuff and then they don't live here. They rent it out as an Airbnb or something like that. Or they come here for a couple weeks of the year and then bye-bye. And we won't see them again until catastrophe hits. That's what's driving up the cost of our housing. This particular project, as I understand it, has, I think, 6 units for Habitat for Humanity, or maybe it's 5, and I think there's 5 units from Down Street, all aimed at affordable housing. Now, I don't know that the state of Vermont can take on all the climate refugees from all over the country, and I don't know that the town of Plainfield can. I think if you want to consider affordable housing, I guess the question is, do we want to avail affordable housing to a few people that were displaced from the flood? And I think that's a big part of what this is about. I'm not saying yes, I'm not saying no, but I think we should consider these things. Thank you.
Okay. Betsy?
Yes, hi. I'm here because I have been interested in this project for quite a while, and I see concerns. So I felt like I needed to say what those concerns are. One is I felt like this community hasn't all been engaged in this process. And if we're considering going forward, we need a cross-community committee appointed by the select board, not self-appointed. And I know that the people who have come forward have done a tremendous amount of work. But we need everybody to think around the town to feel like, well, a larger portion of the people around the town to feel like this is good for us. We've also been told that borrowing $2.5 million is a good idea for a town. And as far as I know, no town has ever done that. They've never borrowed money to buy real estate, except for Ethan Allen. And he hasn't been here in a while. And he was a bit of a crook anyway. So we don't need to set a precedence and be the first town ever to borrow money, to prepare property, to sell it. I think we're getting into a huge can of worms in terms of how all the responsibilities of selling 40 different lots, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying we don't need housing. And I'm not saying in any way we aren't a concerned community. And I am a concerned citizen. I'm concerned about all the people who have lost housing. But I'm just saying, I'm concerned about taking a financial risk for our town. We have so many other issues. In terms of this is the moment, this is the perfect moment, I guess I don't agree. I'm not a grant writer, but I've heard from others that there will be other opportunities to get money. So if we wanted to have a development happen, we don't have to be the funders. There's an opportunity in the future, maybe not at this present moment, but I think in the future we can find money. I think the other factors that concern me are that this is a subdivision which needs to be looked at by, we need to apply for an Act 250 permit. That's certainly going to slow us down, but it will get us a really good quality product or development or whatever. We're a subdivision, we're not a development. But anyway, those 10 criteria will be looked at. Neighbors, aesthetics, noise, water, runoff, all these things will be addressed thoroughly. It's stupid for us not to take advantage of that and just keep thinking, well, we'll get there. Maybe we'll get there, maybe we won't, maybe we'll get an exemption. To assure the community, we should have that product. We should go through that process. And I would like the select board to say, yes, we acknowledge that in the future, even if it's not right this moment, but soon, when we're ready, we need to begin the Act 250 permitting process. And thank you. And one more thing. I guess I just didn't appreciate. I just want to say I went to the early town meeting discussion, and I was told that we were taking out a $150,000 grant to begin some of the engineering work, and it wasn't clear who was taking this grant out, who was loan, who was paying it back. We need to be clearer on what we're doing. So I think this needs to be driven by you, the select board, and I hope you have room on your plate to take it on more. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Betsy. We on the select board are just listening to information as it comes in. We're taking this step by step by step the best we can. We assure everybody that we are trying to make the right decisions for this town, and I hope you have some trust in that. This board is not monolithic. There are different opinions and strong opinions in some cases on what should be done next, but I think we're all in agreement. We need tax base. We need community. We need folks who can afford to live here and make this a thriving community again. As I said to many, I'm over 50. And as such, I know that my time is going to be limited. I would like to leave something for the next generation. And I can assure you that the select board is taking all this very seriously. We have talked about having a committee, a formal committee formed with minutes, agendas open to the public. The steering group that's been working has just been a volunteer and just exploring with a huge amount of information that they've developed. But as they say in engineering school, you never have enough time and you never have enough information. At some point you have to make decisions. So this board is going to continue to do the best we can for the town. Take it slow, as slow as we can, but I also, having sit on the grant committee, we need to take advantage of a really hot moment where we have a lot of support from the state, from the feds even, Although we don't know what's going to happen there, so we want to act. Anyway, we're on it, I think.
Liz. Liz.
Hi, thank you. So Betsy actually said a lot of what I was thinking and feeling about certainly the legwork and the exploration of what is possible in this particular piece of property that we're discussing is appreciated. However, I strongly, vehemently agree that that has to be dissolved and a formal committee be formed and appointed by the select board, overseen by the select board, and become more formalized to talk about what the next steps are. What some of my concerns are, what are those next steps? Like how, like as the plot sits as it is downstairs currently, I see multiple issues with lot sizes and the density, and not so much that our infrastructure couldn't handle it, because from what I understand it could. I'm talking about longevity of a real community that will stand the test of time. Nobody says, oh, please give me the postage stamp lot where I can't sneeze without my... Okay, talk to me when you're there for 20 years and your kids are living with you and your mother's living with you. See how that little spot of land, we need to think about longevity. We need to think about more than our needs right now in 10 years from now. We need to think about this as our village. And I love that idea. I am so excited. This is our moment. Let's not screw it up. Can we please do this with transparency, with let's try to take some of the emotion out of it and be logical. And I know this is an emotional thing, and I know it's about people's homes and our home. I'm third generation Plainfielder, not even Vermonter. So I have a stake in how this goes. And I just want to hear, what are the next steps? What happens when I want to say yes. I desperately want to say yes, let's do this. Because I also think that the iron is hot. We need to strike now. As far as the money, that will disappear. The disaster of last year, was it only last year? Will quickly be in the history books and forgotten. So we absolutely need to take the money and run. But we need to make sure we know what the hell we're doing. And we have to do it with a lot of oversight and transparency. And I want to know from the select board, what is the plan? If this is voted today, what are the next steps? How are we going to formalize this? How are we going to be able to have input from the entire town about what that community looks like? Because I don't want a bunch of track houses or whatever in a field that I don't feel like I can go into because it's not our village, it's somebody's little cul-de-sac. Like, well, I will be if it's a village. You're right. And that's why I'm excited about the opportunity. But I really want to make sure that we're thinking about long-term, not just 10, 20 years. That's not long-term. I have underwear older than that. So, I mean, come on. We need to think long-term. Like Carl said, we're leaving something for our youth. Hopefully our youth are still around to like enjoy what we create. It's out of the floodplain. I love that. Let's do this, but let's do it right.
Melinda?
I've been thinking about the numbers that keep being said over and over again about how many will be added to the wastewater and wastewater. But I believe that there are X number of people who are moving up there. I don't believe they're new numbers. They've had toilets and water in the village. Is that correct?
That's correct. They're not operational right now.
Well, But, okay, I don't think that represents the truth. I think the truth is that, and I'm not opposing this, I just want us to be truthful about the numbers of toilet and water are going to be reflecting the actual new human beings going up there. That's it.
Okay. I have a list that there are 4 people in the balcony that want to speak. Would you sort yourselves out? And you can go 1, 2, 3, 4 from up in the balcony, please.
Hi, my name's Olo Gray. I'm a native Plainfielder, and my father's house was taken by the flood this last time. He avoided it for 60 years, but it finally went. My father owned a house on the Brook Road. It finally went after 60 years. He dodged all the other floods. I'm a native to town. I listened to Francis Rose's impassioned speech, and I wondered, it seems to me, reading everything on Front Porch Forum, that there's been a few lines that have been kind of blurred. Like, I'm wondering, after Francis Rose's speech, how many of the select board are on the expansion committee? And I really have a thing about the town being responsible for $2.5 million. That's what it comes down to for me. It's not about expanding the town. It's about who is delegating the money. And I don't think it is the town's responsibility to delegate the money for an expansion project.
There's another person in the balcony. There are 4 people altogether. Thank you, Mo, for bringing around the microphone, by the way.
Yeah. All right. Jared Birchmore. I think I have a couple of comments. I'll try and keep them brief and concise. I do want to reiterate what Francis Rose said about there being a lot of opportunities. If we vote yes on this article, there being a lot of opportunities in the future through this process for the project to be voted down, for it to be determined that it's not viable in its current form or that it needs to be shrunk in size. All of those things are possibilities that could come down the line. Voting no on this article today means that we do not explore further any of the questions or concerns that people are raising about this project. I also want to highlight something related to what Betsy was saying. The architect that's been working on the steering committee, Sandy, has been working with Act 250 permitting in mind in the case that it is required for us. So I think that that's a really important thing to acknowledge as well, is that it's not that that is not being considered through the designs that have been put forth thus far. And the last thing I want to say is I think that rather than speculating about whether grants and funds will be available in the future, we should not discredit or deny the insight of our professional grant administrator, Karen Hatcher, in saying that this window will not be available forever. We need to strike when the iron is hot, and I believe voting yes on this article will allow us to take the work of, again, an entirely volunteer steering committee, and as many have suggested, move forward with a committee that is engaging directly with the select board and with the public to take advantage of this moment and incorporate all of the insights that have been shared here in this meeting and also with the steering committee and the select board over the last 6+ months that we've been working on this. Thank you.
There's 2 more in the balcony, I believe.
And a quick direct response to the person who asked about who from this select board is on the steering committee. I'm not on the steering committee. I'm a liaison between the select board and the steering committee. At the outset, Carl and Dan were participating on the steering committee to a certain degree. I believe that...
I wasn't.
Carl never did, excuse me?
No. In my role as I was the volunteer, during the flood recovery, I was the volunteer coordinator. I was asked to be a part of the steering committee in September. I mostly spent a few weeks in the early part helping with the community survey and making sure that there was community input on things that were going on. I think I am still on the email exchange, but I am not an active participant in the village expansion beyond trying to, help make sure that as many people in the community are getting their voices into the process. So that's the only role that I have taken. I am privy to their conversations, and Francis Rose and I are trying to use that information to help keep the select board informed when it makes sense. But even then, we're behind. I mean, when Sandy, the architect, came to the info meeting and said that there was a potential or an offered $150,000 loan that Betsy spoke to earlier, it's the first time I'd heard about it, and I still don't have all the details on it. And there is no loan being accepted by the town of any kind. There's just been one offered, and I'm guessing at a future select board meeting, if this vote is a yes, we would then discuss what that meant and even the details of it, but that hasn't even happened yet. So we're just trying to stay informed. We're trying to balance the calls for us to lead the way and also the calls for us to not spend any time on this. So we're trying to do both.
I think we're one more in the balcony. Yep.
I failed to turn on my own microphone. I'm Michael Moreland up on East Hill Road. I am a climate refugee and a political refugee from Texas.
Welcome.
I'm relatively new here. We arrived in late 2019, just before all the insanity. The first insanity, now we're in the second. One thing I value most about this community is that each and every one of us has an outsized influence on the direction of that community, which I never felt in the big city. And that's just amazing to me. The fact that I can speak and everybody has an opportunity to hear my feelings on the matter. And these are those feelings. Having come here 5 years ago now, 6, as a refugee, I will never want to close the door on other refugees. In some ways, some of the people who have been displaced in our own community are now refugees trying to find a place to live again. The lower village, much of it is going to become parkland. If we don't heal the wound created by climate change, I fear that this community will be in decline, not in a place of stability or growth. And I encourage everybody to vote yes on this article. Thank you.
Eli?
It's Eli Barlow. Oh, there I am. And my heart's beating really fast. And I just wanted to say I'm on the steering committee, and I am for a select board selected committee to manage this project. Just wanted to say that. Thanks.
Thank you, Eli. Lauren Cleary? Lauren? Your mic, just one second, we can make sure your mic's on.
Hello, okay. I think at this moment I would just like to point out, I feel like we're starting to go in circles, right? And here we are. I've heard really genuine concerns that I want to hear the answers to those as they come. And I hear people who are like really in support of this project. And so let's vote. Let's do it. Like, right? All we need to do, this is a vote to say, do we want to keep having conversation as community? And I think we do. It's clear. Like, we want to have conversation. So let's do that in a way that's actually going to be productive from here on out versus right now we're stuck. Okay? So that's me saying, like, let's go, team. Let's vote. And let's make sure that we continue to have productive conversation.
You can call the question.
Can I call the question?
You may.
I'm calling the question.
Okay, the question has been called. The question has been called. That is a 2/3 vote majority. All those in favor of calling the question, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And we are now voting believe it or not, on Article 13. Article 13.
If he called the
Article,
point of clarification.
please, what's your point of clarification, Glenda?
Voting yes, are we voting yes on the expansion plan as it is now, or?
We are voting on creating the reserve fund for the expansion plan
However it
with no money.
becomes. All right, well, that needs to be clear, because for people who are concerned about the density issue, it doesn't have to be the way it is in the plan now.
Okay. I am doing it. Okay. Article 13, as amended, reads, shall the town establish a reserve fund to be called the Village Expansion Reserve Fund for the purpose of expanding the village by acquiring the land between East Hill Road and Main Street, and making municipal infrastructure improvements in accordance with 24 VSA subsection 2408. All those in 2804, subsection 28. All those in favor of Article 13 as amended, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. We'll take a division of the House. All those in favor, the cards you were given, please stand. Remain standing until the Board of Civil Authority has completed the entire count.
Making Charlie earn it today.
Are you counting up above?
No, they're doing it.
Oh.
He got us. He got the three of us on this side.
Double count us. You can double count us.
'I'll take an informal temperature of the group if they want to take a lunch break or power through the next three articles. I'll just ask them.
Yeah, that'd be a good thing to ask. And somebody,
Yeah.
people seem to be grabbing a piece of pie or taking a bathroom break. But
130 in favor? We're done. You can sit down now. Those opposed to the motion, please stand and have your vote counted. Remain standing until we have all the votes counted. All right, bring the meeting to order, please. The votes are counted. The ayes are 130. The nays are 30. Article 13 as amendment has passed. Let me just take a break in the action for a second without a formal vote or anything, just a general grumbling of understanding. We have 3 more articles. Do we want to plow through, or does the group want to take a lunch break for a half an hour or something like that? Onward is what I'm hearing. Article 14. Could we have order, please? If you're leaving, we understand, but we still need order in the House in order to get through the rest of our business. Article 14. Shall the town approve $291 million? No, I'm sorry. I don't think we should do that. I apologize. Shall the town approve $291,666 for the operation of the water department for the period of July 1st, 2025 to June 30, 2026, to be paid by the ratepayers of the system? May I have a motion on Article 14?
Marion is
Moved and seconded.
Okay.
Do we have?
Yeah.
It's been moved and seconded to adopt Article 14. Discussion on Article 14. Please keep order, folks. It's hard to hear. Discussion on Article 14. Seeing none. Glenda, are you standing to speak? No. Seeing none? All those in favor of Article 14, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you've passed Article 14. Article 15. Shall the town approve $363,985 for the operation of the wastewater department for the period of July 1st, 2025 to June 30, 2026, to be paid for by the ratepayers of the system? May I have a motion on Article 15? Been moved.
Tim and Karen.
Seconded. Discussion on Article 15. Seeing none. All those in favor of Article 15, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And you've passed Article 15. Article 16. Shall the town approve total fund expenditures of $1,660,863.44 to pay for administrative operations, fire and rescue department, and highway department of the town of Plainfield for the period of July 1st, 2025 to June 30, 2026, of which $1,354,413.44 shall be paid by taxes and $306,450 by non-tax revenue. May I have a motion on Article 16? Moved, seconded. Discussion on Article 16.
Yes.
Peter Youngbear.
I believe because of the motions that we've passed on 2 previous articles, we need to make some minor adjustments, and I believe Josh has been working
Are
on
you
that.
proposing an amendment, Peter?
Yes, Josh will have the numbers.
You gotta get closer to the mic.
So the amended number for Article 16, the first number, shall the town approve total fund expenditures, should read $1,662,695.50 to pay for administrative operations, fire and rescue department, and highway department of the town of Plainfield of the period of July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026, of which...
You put that in the form of an amendment, please.
Okay. I'm proposing an amendment to Article 16.
Okay. So we're on the amendment now. It's been proposed.
He needs to add another number.
He needs to add another number.
To his
Donna.
amendment.
Yes.
Donna, he's giving you two numbers. He's going to give you two numbers.
Okay.
The
My-
gross number and the tax number.
Okay.
Yeah, my amendment is going to include two numbers. So I will read the amended version of the article. Shall the town approve total fund of expenditures of $1,662,695.50 to pay for administrative operations, fire and rescue department, and highway department of the town of Plainfield for the period of July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026, of which $1,356,245 $356,245.50 shall be raised by taxes and the remainder by non-tax revenue. Which I-
Yeah, that number doesn't change.
Okay. What's the second number? Yeah, can you put it- Okay. The proposed amendment changes Article 16 to read, shall the town approve a total fund expenditure of $1,662,695.50 to pay for the administrative operations, fire and rescue department, and highway department of the town of Plainfield for the period of July 1st, 2025 to June 30, 2026, of which $1,356,245.50 shall be paid, shall be raised by taxes, and the last number stays the same, and $306,450 by non-tax revenue. Discussion on the amendment to change those two numbers.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Moved and seconded.
Who's moving it? Who moved? Oh,
Discussion, further discussion on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it, the ayes do have it, and you've amended Article 16. Now we are back to the article. Are you ready for the question?
Yeah.
If there's further discussion, yes. Charlie?
Is there discussion? Am I recognized?
Go ahead, Charlie.
Okay, Charlie Cogbill. To put this in perspective, I haven't put the two new numbers in, but apparently there was $2,000 more dollars that have to be raised by taxes, which is minimal, and I don't know where they arrived at that. Okay, there's about $2,000 more that was quoted that isn't in the book. That is minimal of funds to be raised by taxes. If you look at it closely, compared with last year, the amount to be raised by taxes is 2.9%, which is wonderful. We're not in double digits, the amount to be raised by taxes. However, that is because increased revenues have been anticipated. For example, the town has taken out a $1 million bond, which is a line of credit, to pay for some of that information. That isn't in the budget, okay? if you look at the budget itself, not the amount to be raised by taxes, compared with last year's, that has gone up 8.4%, which is the difference that we have, that we've raised the budget, but we've also raised the revenue. Very good. However, the 3.9% raised in taxes is based on no consideration of the grand list, abatements, or the reapportionment. And we figure we might have 11% of the grand list decreased, added to the 3.9%. We are looking at a projected 14% increase in our taxes for next year. That's just information. That's what the numbers say. I want to point out that the budget that's proposed for this year is $129,000 or $128,000 more than the budget for last year for the same items, $128,000. More than half of that are salaries for town officers. In fact, the town clerk and treasurer's proposed salary has been increased by 112%. Their proposed salaries are more than any other town's clerk or treasurer in Washington County or in 12 towns of the same population in the vicinity, except for one. Warren's treasurer is going to be paid more than Plainfield's treasurer is going to be paid if we pass this budget. Now, we cannot make line item changes to the budget. All we can do is vote on the bottom line, except for the one allowed change, which is that the town at town meeting by state statute is allowed and required to set the compensation of town officers. That is the only change we can make other than the bottom line for this budget. I put back to the town, do we want our town officers to have an increase of 112% of their salaries over 1 year? If not, what do we want their salaries to be? And that is a question that only the town at town meeting can set. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. So I just want to remind everybody that last year at town meeting, we had a budget that included the clerk and treasurer being one single full-time position. This body at town meeting decided to split those roles and make them two full-time positions. And so 100% of the 112% increase is the fact that we followed your vote and made it two full positions. So we're talking about a 12% increase split between two people. We're talking about the difference between $55,000 roughly to $60,000 of a salary. And so just want to put that in perspective. There is no one employee getting 100% raise. I know Charlie meant to probably point that out as a fact, but maybe missed it.
I did not.
Karen's next.
Karen Hatcher. I just want to say that you can't, in my mind, you can't compare last year to this year. We're living in a different world. The amount of work that's been put on our town officials over the course of the last year trying to deal with this recovery is immense. It's not apples and apples. And so when we looked at what kind of infrastructure do we need in terms of personnel to be able to manage what is coming, what we're in the middle of, we are woefully understaffed, woefully. And the amount of time that people are putting in for these salaries that we say are so much more than last year, but really so little when you compare what they're actually producing, I'm sorry, but I think we've been getting a bargain for a long, long time, and the world has changed, and we need to pay people fairly, and we can afford to do that, and we should.
Are you Are you ready for the question? Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, we have
Peter?
Oh, along that line, we not only made a full-time town clerk and a full-time town treasurer, but we also expanded the select board to 5. We have had a very hard time even keeping the town office open. We are short in staff. All our crews are down at least one due to injury, illness, or otherwise. And so when we are looking at a village expansion project, we have to look at the capacity of the staff that we have and the volunteers that we have to actually pull this off. I would just say we need to keep that in mind as we move forward. It is a serious concern, and there are only so many hours in the day. I would draw your attention to page 26 of your town report, which is part of the minutes of last meeting, when then Select Board Chair Jim Volz made the point that it's not much work to be on the Select Board. I'll just let that sit.
Is there further discussion, or are you ready for the question? I don't think we have to do that. Seeing no further discussion, Article 16, as amended, reads, shall the town approve a total fund expenditures of $1,662,695.50 to pay for administrative operations, fire and rescue department, and highway department of the town of Plainfield for the period of July 1, 2025 to June 30, 2026, of which $1,356,245.50 shall be raised by taxes and $306,450 by non-tax revenue. All those in favor of Article 16, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have passed Article 16. Article 18. Shall the town vote to accept the provisions of public statutes relating to the collection of towns by the town treasurer, VSA 32, Section 4791, and vote to collect municipal taxes 30 days from mailing and not prior to August 13, 2025, and collect school taxes on November 19, 2025, and February 11, 2026, collecting half the total of the school taxes on each of those dates. May I have a motion on Article 18? Moved, seconded. Discussion on Article 18. Seeing none, all those in favor of Article 18, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. And you have passed Article 18. Article 19, to transact any other non-binding business that may properly come before the meeting. Yep. Mary?
Mary Niebling, thank you for those who bought pie. We have 3 slices left, which is a record. So come on and buy the last.
Yeah. Well, that's other business to transact before the meeting. Is Deborah?
Okay, it's me, Deborah Stolaroff, and before, I'm going to propose a motion for a resolution that is an international, federal, state, local, and personal issue. I'm going to ask that the town of Plainfield pledge to be an apartheid-free community. Before I read the pledge, I would like to give some context. The pledge is a commitment to humans who are experiencing life in a system under which They, similar to South Africans before the 1990s, live in as second-class citizens. They are discriminated against in countless ways. They are forced to go through countless checkpoints, drive on separate roads, which can turn a 10-minute drive into a 5-hour one. These humans endure seeing their homes and farms demolished and destroyed. They live in constant fear under military occupation, without civil rights, access to safe shelter, food, water, or electricity. Indeed, they live in fear of their lives and the lives of their children. The fact that our tax dollars have paid $17.6 billion to the Israeli military makes us complicit. According to the CPR, which is the Council for Palestinian, I forget exactly what the R is right now, Vermont's share of that money is $26.6 million. Plainfield's share of that is approximately $92,000. Think of what that amount of money could afford our town, which so badly needs money. Vermont, indeed Plainfield, has voted on resolutions such as this before. Just last year, we called for a ceasefire in Palestine, with very few people saying no to that. 30 years ago, we opposed apartheid in South Africa. We voted for a nuclear weapons freeze. This is a humanitarian issue. It is not anti-Semitic to disagree with a government that is harming, indeed killing civilians. The ICC, which is the International Criminal Court, has called Israel's action a crime against humanity and one that affects us all. Personally, as a Jewish person, Israel's actions, which get conflated to an action taken by all Jews, which it isn't, makes me unsafe. I'm going to read the pledge that I'm hoping that we will vote to affirm.
Is this the part that you want to put onto
Yes,
the floor?
yes,
What
and
you're,
in fact-
what you're about to read now, and can you submit it to us?
It's the part in the box to the right. The Apartheid-Free Community Pledge. We affirm our commitment to freedom, justice, and equality for the Palestinian people and for all people. We oppose all forms of racism, bigotry, discrimination, and oppression. And we declare ourselves an apartheid-free community. And to that end, we pledge to join others in working to end all support to Israel's apartheid regime, settler colonialism, and military occupation. And I just want to say that this pledge comes from the American Friends Service Committee, the Quakers.
Okay, so, Deborah Lampshire, you're proposing that we adopt this apartheid-free community pledge, which I shall now reread. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, it has been moved. Is there a motion to adopt this? It's been moved. Is there a second? And seconded.
Who seconded?
It's been moved and seconded to adopt this pledge, apartheid-free community pledge. We affirm that our commitment to freedom, justice, and equality for the Palestinian people, we affirm our commitment to freedom, justice, and equality for the Palestinian people and all people. We oppose all forms of racism, bigotry, discrimination, and oppression, and we declare ourselves an apartheid-free community. And to that end, we pledge to join others in working to end all support to Israel's apartheid regime, settler colonialism, and military occupation. Discussion on the proposed article.
We have one person up on the balcony now.
Is somebody in the balcony?
Hi, Dana Woodruff. Thank you for presenting this, Deborah. It's really startling. I know that our tax money is going towards weapons that are harming the Palestinian people, and to see the numbers, To see that $92,000 is going from our community right here when it's needed so badly for housing, for our schools, for all the needs that we have that are not met. We can't not pay taxes, or we face imprisonment if we don't pay taxes. So this is a way that we as a community can show our support to the people of Palestine and to call for an end of the apartheid and the genocide there. Thank you.
Jamie in the balcony.
Thank you, Jamie Spector. I also wanted to speak in support of Plainfield adopting the Apartheid-Free Community Pledge. As a Jewish community member here in Plainfield, I feel very strongly that it's important for us to do what we can on the local level to stand up in support of human rights here in our community and around the world. There are those who want to say that making statements like this is somehow anti-Semitic or in some way will make Jewish people unsafe. And I want to very loudly state that I do not feel that that is the case. Speaking out against a national government that is committing human rights abuses is not anti-Semitic, and the state of Israel should not get a pass for that. And in terms of Jewish people here in our community being unsafe, speaking out against a government for human rights abuses does not make me feel unsafe. And my safety as a Jewish community member is certainly not wrapped up in an apartheid state halfway around the world. My safety as a Jewish community member is because of you. It's because of you, Carl Bissix, is because of you, Alex Forbes, is because of you, Deborah and Sarah, and all of you in this room. We as a community make each other safe. And so community safety is about knowing each other here and supporting each other here in our community. And we can stand together with each other, knowing each other and supporting each other. Standing strong and making a statement like this, I think, is a way that something that we do have in our control at the local level to make a strong statement for human rights for all people.
Are you ready for the question? Is there more discussion? Michael?
Hi, Don Fancher.
Oh, sorry.
I also standing to speak in favor of this statement. I want to add on to the things that previous people have said. I'm sorry, this is off the cuff. I don't have anything prepared. One way that the apartheid is working against the Palestinian people is through displacement. A lot of the people, just take Gaza for example, and there's, that's just one small part of Palestine. A lot of the people living there were displaced, or the children or grandchildren of people who were displaced decades ago and were not allowed to go back. We have seen the destruction, the almost total destruction of the Gaza Strip. We know and have spent most of the last months discussing the destruction of one small part of our town, and that was done by nature and not by animus. And imagine if our entire town was destroyed, and all the surrounding communities, and our universities, and our museums, and our hospitals, all of our hospitals. Imagine what that would be like. And now there is a threat that those people who are still living there, still trying to survive in their destroyed communities, will be displaced. And our government is making that threat, or people speaking on behalf of our government is making that threat. imagine, we're worried about a little gentrification. We're worried we won't like what the development looks like. Imagine if none of us could come back and it would all be a resort. So I just want you to all think about that. Thank you.
Are you ready for the question? Is there further discussion? Michael, sorry.
Yeah, I just want to say a brief thing about safety. The larger safety of any of us, I mean, I can look at different ways in which I am certainly a majority. I'm a white man in North American culture, but there are also ways, not necessarily apparent, in which I'm not in the majority and in fact am a minority population, including the fact that I'm an immigrant to this country. And one of the things I can say is this whole idea of allowing anybody in the world that we have any effect on to be thrown under the bus, which happens frequently and is being encouraged at this moment to embrace larger and larger portions of our population. We get back to the question of whatever happens to the least of us happens to us. So we need to protect, as part of our community, the idea of whoever's the least, whoever's the most disadvantaged, whoever's the most disenfranchised, whoever's the most vulnerable, to all together stand up for those people. And this is one way I encourage us to do that.
Are you ready for the question? Is there any more discussion? The question is, shall the town of Plainfield adopt the apartheid-free community pledge, which reads, "We affirm our commitment to freedom, justice, and equality for the Palestinian people and all people. We oppose all forms of racism, bigotry, discrimination, and oppression, and we declare ourselves an apartheid-free community, and to that end, we pledge to join others in working to end all support to Israelis' apartheid regime, settler colonialism, and military occupation." All those in favor of adopting this pledge, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it, and you have adopted the apartheid-free pledge. Is there any further business to come before this meeting? Seeing none, I would be delighted to entertain. Oh, Stephen. I would be delighted to entertain a motion to adjourn.
He made the motion.
So moved.
Who's seconding?
Seconded. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. You've passed the motion. And that's how the chair cheats.